good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to continue with mic checks. See if you can text them or you can hold on to Tabletop 4, check, 1, 2, mic check. Dean, how we doing? Check, 1, 2,
Loud.
good.
That is, I'm sorry, that is loud and clear, yes.
All right, AT&T, we've confirmed you, so just let us know if it's soft, but it should be good for you to come forward.
Yes, sir. Would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions about the flow of the call?
I'll have our board proceedings folks do that in just a moment as we make our way out. We're getting over to that microphone standby. This is Tabletop 3, Tabletop 3, check, 1, 2.
You sound very good.
Tabletop 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2.
That one's a bit lower than the others, just a tiny bit.
Check, 1, 2, test, check, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, Dean, maybe just a couple, a notch or two. Check, 1, 2, test. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
to call our meeting back to order. And today is the day for our informational hearing on understanding and exploring options for incentivizing California's hydrogen hub project. And this hearing will be presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Let me just start with some opening remarks. I wanted to, first of all, thank the board for accepting the offer to do this hearing. We've gotten a lot of good responses from folks, which you're going to hear from later today. And I just wanted to open up with this informational hearing. I just wanted to thank our Governor Newsom and the legislature for securing the U.S. Department of Energy award of $1.2 billion to accelerate the development and deployment of clean, renewable hydrogen energy and hydrogen hubs in California. We are truly on the cutting edge of this emerging industry and the public utility arena, and it presents BOE and our county assessors with a huge opportunity to help meet the property tax challenges and discuss potential tax incentives that may need to be considered. We are privileged to have the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, GoBiz, and ARCHES, which is California's Alliance for Renewable Clean Hydrogen Energy Systems Partnership, and the California Energy Commission to discuss how the $1.2 billion will be implement clean hydrogen hubs and accelerate production, and how property tax incentives may help. We are honored to have several legislators who are working tirelessly in the hydrogen energy arena in the energy and climate change legislation to move this industry forward, including any ideas for tax incentives, as well as the Orange County assessor and several California ports, hydrogen energy producers, users, and other experts involved in the H2 hub development. And critically important to the community, organizations who represent an array of stakeholders and public. My goal is that our hearing will provide the board, assessors, and all involved with an understanding of the H2 hub development, technology, regulations, and requirements, so we can begin considering ways to help incentivize this fledgling industry, maybe through property tax exclusions, exemptions, or other tax planning efforts. This could perhaps be accomplished in a way similar to how the board and the legislature helped in the solar energy industry in 1973. Together, worked on legislation and eventually a ballot measure that granted a new construction exclusion for the active solar energy system. We are grateful for everyone who will be who will be speaking today, and ask that you would be mindful of the recommended time allotment for your presentation. We want to allow us time for questions and ensure we can hear from all of you are scheduled as well as the public. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. As we come up to our first speakers, one of the things I shared with several of them, and as you come up now, one of the key things is as you're making your presentation, by all means, especially those of you that may have worked on the electric energy when it came up in the 70s, some of the stumbling blocks and the obstacles that maybe we created up here in Sacramento. Hopefully, I'm hoping with the team we have up here, of course, with the controller's involvement as well, that we can streamline and figure out some of the mishaps that happened when they were rolling out the solar programs back in the 70s and learn from that. And any other suggestions you might have, those that are in the business and in the industry, to try to streamline this, to expedite it, and hopefully incentivize it so it moves very quick. With that, I move it back to the members in case they have any opening remarks. If not, we'll go ahead and start with our first speaker. And it sounds like our Deputy Controller has a few words.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I want to good morning to the board members, my colleagues, the Executive Director, and members of the public, and for all the participants that are here today as well. The era of energy reform is here, and the hydrogen economy is rising to be a leader in what the future of clean energy looks like. Now, hydrogen isn't a new concept but it hasn't been nurtured in the same way other energy technologies have been, like wind and solar. We must ensure California continues to lead the world in advanced energy technology by using all our abundant resources in the cleanest way possible, including hydrogen, to safeguard our state's energy security. Hydrogen has the potential to go pound for pound with fossil fuels in industrial, manufacturing, transportation, electric power, and so much more. And I believe as an industry, it's catching on because the DOE, Department of Energy, predicts demand for hydrogen to increase tenfold by 2030, and it has the potential to decarbonize up to 25% of global energy emissions. The development of the hydrogen industry is also expected to promote new economic opportunities for Californians by creating thousands of highly skilled jobs and driving innovation. Particularly exciting for areas that have been historically carried the load of powering our state. The economic and environmental benefits of a hydrogen economy are clear through sound investments in clean hydrogen technologies that strengthen the hydrogen value chain. The hydrogen hub transformation will create jobs, foster innovation, and power the state forward to a net zero future. And I'm very, very excited to be here and get this started. Thank you. Member Vasquez and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Vasquez. I want to express my gratitude to you and to your staff for putting together this very important hearing. This is really the challenge that is going to determine the work of our lives in decades going forward. And we are already seeing the very large and profound impacts of global climate damage in our lives in terms of extreme weather. California is ground zero for issues like sea level rise and bay level rise. And also the fires and other externalities that are coming from the use of fossil fuels. I'm very glad that we're taking this issue on and can do our part to help move the use of hydrogen forward and make sure that it is a seamless presence within California. And I'm especially excited that it's an energy technology that's coming forward that will not have environmental justice impacts on our communities within California. So thank you so much for putting this forward today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Gaines.
Yeah, great, thank you. Really looking forward to what I'm going to learn today about hydrogen. When I served in the California State Senate, had an opportunity to drive a hydrogen fueled vehicle and was really impressed by actually how well it performed. And I think this is just one of many ways that we might be able to solve the challenges ahead in terms of energy and the ability to offer different options to the consumer and to the business community. And it's going to be interesting to also see what happens in other fronts. There seems to be a lot more talk about nuclear energy also and the effectiveness of a cleaner nuclear technology that seems to be on the cusp or is in the process of being expanded nationally. So it's an exciting future that we have, and look forward to looking more deeply into hydrogen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I see we have our first speaker here ready to go. So, Ms. Cicchetti, do you want to call our first speaker?
Okay, let's get a couple of things going. I'm going to call some of the items here. Item 21 is the introduction. The purpose of the informational hearing is to gather technical and testimonial data from key leaders and experts on the critical issues and underpinning of the California Hydrogen Hubs project. The goal is to enable the board to, one, to understand the challenges of launching hydrogen as a reliable source of renewable energy statewide, and two, to identify the property tax implications and possible tax incentives based on the expertise and recommendations of the project leaders, legislators, proponents, stakeholders, and the public. Our first item is item 22. State agencies' perspective, the Arches project, challenges and recommendations. Input on the establishment of California's Hydrogen Hubs program through the Alliance for Renewable Clean Hydrogen Energy Systems, ARCHES. Its authority, funding, policies, members, progress, and challenges, and recommendations for the needed incentives for further development, opportunities including, but not limited to, progress on hydrogen production, distribution, and end users. Our first speaker is Tyson Eckrell, I hope I'm getting that correct, Senior Advisor for Clean Infrastructures and Mobility, GoBiz, and Government Liaison, ARCHES. You have 45 minutes to make your presentation, which will include time for the board members to ask questions.
All right.
You may begin.
Great. Well, thank you, and thanks for organizing this. I'm really excited to be here. It's an exciting time and well-timed, I think as we look forward, it's going to take all of us to make this market happen, right? There's a lot of investment that needs to come. There's obviously tax implications for all those investments, and just getting your minds thinking about that, how we might be able to make it easier to make those investments translate into actual projects on the ground that can deliver benefits is really great. And so, yeah, I'm Tyson Eckerly, so you're very close with GoBiz and ARCHES. And so what I wanted to do is kind of give an overview, maybe starting at square one about hydrogen, kind of why we're going after this, then give an overview about the hydrogen hub and where we're going. But the first thing, we'll see if it works. On the next slide, we actually have a video. And before we hit play, just like, we did this on August 30th. The Secretary of Energy was supposed to come out and do a showcase. It was a big grand unveiling. And I wanted to show it just because it captures kind of what hydrogen can be. It already is in California. So there's a lot that's already happening, but the scale of what it can be. And it's going to take a lot of parties to make this happen. So if you'll indulge us, we can do that.
For all we've done in California and as a nation, when it comes to renewable hydrogen, we haven't had the large-scale funding or the cohesive planning that we've needed to meet the scale of the challenge. But because of the advocacy of so many of you here today, we're here to celebrate over $1 billion coming to establish the ARCHES Hydrogen Hub here and throughout the state of California.
This is a very, very exciting day for ARCHES, for the large community of people that have come together to make this day reality.
Clean, renewable hydrogen has the potential to really be the foundation of our decarbonization efforts.
And hydrogen will allow us to take that renewable energy, literally make sunshine in a bottle, and have a carbon-free fuel that can decarbonize all other technologies and all other industries.
We are demonstrating that hydrogen works. We've been talking about hydrogen for a long time, but today you're seeing it work on a boat. We're working it on the hydrogen trucks, and we're working on the buses.
So there's a movement to decarbonize maritime. When you can demonstrate the technology, it's going to help push that industry forward. An industry we'd like to push right here in San Francisco Bay.
So there's a water fountain. It actually harvests water from the fuel cell.
I'm a water aficionado, so I say it's not likely.
All right, guys.
The Port of Oakland is proud to be the port that ships most of our agricultural products out of California, and we're going to ship it green.
Sometimes you just have to be at the right place at the right time. And then you have to have the vision, the audacity, the courage to act upon that. And I think everyone here is doing that when it comes to making the hydrogen economy.
For ARCHES, there are 13 transit agencies that are partnered with us. SAM Transit, AC Transit are today our favorites. Thank you all, and we can get underway.
Yeah. We are very cognizant of the air quality impacts of our transportation sector. And that's why hydrogen and ARCHES are so important to bring that sector to zero emission and protect people who live near ports, near warehouses, near freeways, and clean their air.
Welcome to the Port of Oakland.
Oh, we're happy to be here.
In California, we're demonstrating that economic growth and prosperity actually go hand in hand with environmental leadership.
It's not just about growth, it's about inclusion. It's an industrial policy that's worker-centered, growth and inclusion. And those are the values we hold dear in California. Those are the values that encapsulate what makes Arches so special. Hydrogen's here.
Play or nay?
Hydrogen is here. It's not just about EVs and electric. It's also about hydrogen, getting the heavy industries and feeding those heavy industries. It's both and.
This is an unbelievable opportunity for all of us to work together with the Department of Energy and the infrastructure plan because it's a catalyst. Arches will be creating over 200,000 new jobs. And just the Arches projects alone, and those will be high-quality, family-sustaining careers.
So our members work all throughout the economy, from energy to housing to infrastructure. It represents building the future.
There's an old African proverb, some of you heard me say, it says if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And that's the spirit that I think defines this pronouncement of sorts, our commitment, our resolve to go far together.
Thanks for indulging me. So hopefully that kind of gives a picture, right? So you saw fuel cell trucks, buses, the ferries, and all that infrastructure that needs to go to enable it. So that there's an aerial of the station, and when you add a station, that adds value to the property, that adds expense to the projects, all that type of stuff. So as we go through, just kind of, why hydrogen? And this graphic here is a graphic from DOE, and it's kind of a Swiss Army knife of energy. And what we're thinking about when we're talking about hydrogen, it's really an energy carrier, and we're using it to get electrons to where we need it to go in a lot of ways. But also, enables carbon-free transportation, power generation, agriculture, industrial process. But it also can store energy for long periods of time. It helps us increase the renewable penetration. And if you look here, so you have the production can come from multiple sources, like electrolysis, solar and wind, plus water. You can do biogenic sources like municipal solid waste or ag waste. And then it can be used in all sorts of areas, and including going back to the power sector to build that energy resilience. So we're really excited about it. And the way that all connects together, if we go to the next slide, this is the Arches kind of early framework of what we're going. Maybe get the next slide there just so we can get the graphic. But essentially, within the Arches, it's not advancing, but when it comes up, there's the renewable feedstock. So we have renewable electricity. There we go. That's the solar and wind. About 85% of our production is electrolytic based, so a lot of it behind the meter, so to speak, and then biogenic. So, municipal waste. We have a lot of woody biomass, for example, in forest cleanup that we actually pay to clean up, that we can harvest to turn into hydrogen. Then you kind of move down, so you got to produce it, and then we have to store it and distribute it. So in the Arches framework, we have the early market. A lot of it will be trucked around the state because it takes a while to build pipelines, but ultimately pipelines are the cheapest way to transmit a lot of energy through it. So we have about 165 miles of pipeline within the Arches framework. That's what we thought we could get built by 2030, 2031. So it's a considerable amount of investment. You might have heard of the Angeles Link. That's a big part of what Arches is doing. And there's a limited amount of storage, but as we go through time, that storage will start to build up. And then moving to the offtake, that's really what we're producing hydrogen for, is to get to that offtake center. So the power generation is an early offtaker, and so you can run it. Power can be run in a fuel cell, and like in the video, if you take hydrogen and run it through a fuel cell, it essentially creates an electrical circuit. Strips the electron off the hydrogen, and then recombines with oxygen, and the only thing that comes out is water. And so it's a pretty neat. It almost feels like the future, and like we love taking the cars to the schools, and you can actually capture the water out of the tailpipe and drink it, and the kids go crazy. But I don't recommend doing it normally because there's a lot of road dust and all that type of stuff. Then we also can run it through a turbine, and that is actually, so like the Lodi Energy Center or Scattergood, for example, the hydrogen can replace natural gas. So natural gas still has a strong role to play in our energy system. We need to decarbonize that and get to 100% renewable clean hydrogen to keep that some baseload power and balance out the intermittency. That's a combustion process. We don't have anything, the fuel cells haven't been able to scale to the scale that we need in combustion. And so there are some emissions associated with that, but you get rid of all the criteria pollution except for NOx. And then that NOx level is at or below the natural gas. And then you go, so that's an early off-taker, 200 tons per day. Transportation, we're looking at 250 tons per day. And just to give you a sense of scale, that's about 5,000 class 6 through 8 trucks and 1,000 buses is what we're targeting. And that's where a lot of the benefits go. So those are all fuel cell vehicles, so there's only water coming out. And then the other is also ports, as we saw in the video. And ports of about 63 tons per day. I think the Port of Long Beach is here, I see. And that's, we're focusing in on the cargo handling equipment, and especially the equipment that moves around, and you don't have, it's not as easy to plug in. And those are the early offtake things, is kind of going from producing, storing, distributing, and then using. And then if you go to the next slide, just want to give a picture of like, who is ARCHES, or like, what is ARCHES? So ARCHES, we're a public-private partnership. We were designed really to go after and secure this federal funding, and to create, sustainable, renewable, statewide hydrogen ecosystem. But it's not just about that federal funding, it's about building out much bigger and broader than that and creating a fair and open, transparent market where investors can come in and drive the market forward and benefit and share those benefits with our communities. And so there's the core members of it are the state. So through GoBiz, we got authorization to join. Joined ARCHES. We have organized labor. It's a state building and construction trade, so kind of that statewide umbrella, and everybody feeding up. So they were a bedrock founding partner, so that all of our projects, for example, have project labor agreements. Then you have higher education, so the UC system set up. So all the UC campuses through the Office of the President are founding members. Now on the community side, we have Renewables 100, has been focused, for a long time on getting to 100% renewable penetration. And then the fifth pillar is industry, right? There's a lot of industry investment to make this all happen. And then if you go to the next slide, there's, we're part, so the Hydrogen Hub program is, it was $8 billion that was in the bipartisan infrastructure law. And we went through a big process, but we ended up with 7 hubs. And so we are very closely aligned with the Pacific Northwest Hub, which is the other renewable hydrogen hub. The other hubs all have renewable components to them, but they have other sources like nuclear, for example, or using natural gas with carbon capture. But you can see the distribution of those hubs, and we're working closely with them. And then I wanted to talk just briefly about what GoBiz's role is. If we go to the next slide. And so if you back up in time, it's this huge opportunity coming down from the bipartisan infrastructure law. And the governor and the governor's office tasked GoBiz with figuring out, okay, how can we get everybody in under one umbrella, one statewide application to move this market forward. And so we're doing that. We built a lot on zero emission vehicle market development. And the idea is to keep everybody moving forward. So our job is to coordinate across all the state agencies, make sure we're moving in the same way, and make it easier for private investment to come in and deliver the benefits that we all need and want. We're very fortunate in California to have the really strong regulatory framework that helps drive investment in these ways. And like all of our new bus purchases, for example, have to be zero emission by 2029. But we have to build the infrastructure out there to enable that. If we go maybe 2 slides, so go to slide 8. I won't go through all the words here, but really this the principles came out of kind of what we were looking for originally and when we were going to structure the hub. So we wanted it to be statewide. We needed it to be green, and green's kind of that's its name that gets thrown around. What we really mean is clean, renewable hydrogen. There's a kind of color wheel that's associated. You'll hear different turquoise, pink, all sorts of colors of hydrogen. We try to stay away from it, but green is something that people can understand, and it's really about carbon intensity. And we'll go into that a little bit later. But we wanted to make sure that stakeholders and the communities were engaged. We had equity and justice. You mentioned that, Jared, about making sure the environmental justice interests are there. We want to make sure it's aligned with our state interests, which is really driving towards full decarbonization by 2045 and making sure our energy system is resilient and we're driving rates down. And there's all that type of stuff that lays in. And the idea is to bring transparency to this all. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to talk a little bit about how we got the projects here. So when the FOA, the federal announcement came out, we put out a call for proposals. We organized ARCHES and put out a call for proposals for people to submit. We got over 100 proposals worth about $56 billion. So it's like there's a tremendous amount of interest in the market. So then we kind of went through these different criteria, like does it enable sustainable hydrogen economy? Is it just benefiting this project, or does it open the door for more project investment? Does it bring in enough co-funding? What's the market viability look like? Can we get the project moving in time, and does it provide strong community benefits? And we brought in 50 independent reviewers to go through, leaning heavily on the UC system to score these proposals. Then we ran them into a robust systems analysis to make sure that the investments are there that will enable kind of a statewide footprint to get as many projects in as possible. And that was quite a process with $56 billion to whittle it down to a $1.2 billion proposal. And we're able to do that. And what we saw is that if projects are able to be part of a system, they're willing to take less federal money to be part of that system. And so it's really about balancing that supply and demand. I mean, the hydrogen is really a scale problem. If you get to scale, the costs look really good, but getting to that scale and getting over those multiple valleys of death is the biggest challenge. And so everything we can do to kind of cut down that cost is really helpful. If you go to the next slide, it just kind of gives an overview of the system. So we have now moving forward is 37 projects. They're in our tier 1, and tier 1 is essentially the projects that have federal funding coming. Then tier 2 are projects that we would give more federal funding to if we had more funding, but they don't. And so, but they're also a huge and important part of the ecosystem. And so we had 33 projects, give or take, that kind of met that tier 2 status when we submitted the application. But we've since then have an open rolling RFP, and we're getting applications in regularly. So the market and the interest is growing as we speak. And so we're trying to make sure that we're pulling that all together. Then there's over 400 kind of OEM industrial type providers with a tremendous amount of interest in this. And that kind of builds up that ecosystem. So our job is to harness that and make sure it delivers projects that move forward. If you go to the next slide, it's more of a geographic view. So this is kind of a time lapse of how the project would build out. The production projects are squares, and then of course, it's probably an eye chart from where you're sitting, and then the offtake projects are circles. We'll get another look at that, but so it's kind of fun just to see how the animation goes. But then if you look at the production on the top right, about 85% of our production is electrolytic based, and then 15% is biogenic. An interesting note, since we have submitted this, the UC Ag and Natural Resources, they did an analysis that says by 2050, we could meet 95% of our hydrogen demand with biogenic sources. So a lot of excitement there. You think about the ag waste that gets burned up in the valley, you can start to harness that into hydrogen. And we're really just getting started. And then the bottom side just kind of shows, where the tons per day are flowing. If you go to slide 12, the next one, this is more of a static view of the production and offtake, and the size of the circles, reflect the consumption. And then if you look at the circles type of thing, so in 2023, all of our clean hydrogen is going towards transportation. So it's the fuel cell vehicles that Mr. Gaines, that you'd driven, it's the buses and some of the trucks. And then by 2030 and 2033, we start to diversify. We're getting into the ports and getting into power. But really, if you look at 2045, that's when you start to open up even more opportunities, like green ammonia, for example. We import all of our ammonia. It's all fossil-based, not all, almost all of our ammonia to California in the high 90s of percentages, and we could make that ammonia here using green renewable hydrogen. There's also opportunities in the maritime sector. You saw that ferry on the video, and we're looking to see kind of what happens on the green shipping corridors. But hydrogen is a feedstock for multiple fuels like e-methanol, ammonia, hydrogen itself. And then, of course, industrial processes like cement, for example, can leverage hydrogen. And then if you go to slide 13, Just as kind of a list, so the projects, just to give you an idea of what the projects are within this portfolio. So we have production, there's about 10 production sites throughout California, some of it, mostly of it in the Central Valley, and I talked about a lot of it electrolytic based. We have the power transition, which is Scattergood is a once-through cooling facility in Los Angeles. They have to upgrade. The idea is to move that to 100% hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, and then the Lodi Energy Center run by the Northern California Power Agency, which has been great. And that has a tremendous amount of benefits by taking carbon out of the system. And then transportation, we have about 60 fueling stations, all focused on heavy duty and buses, and enabling light duty and medium duty as well. And then 5,000 trucks, 1,000 buses, about 13, I think we have 14 now transit agencies. And even since then, the interest in hydrogen has really grown. We just had SAC-RT, for example. After our award for ARCHES, they got that Federal Transportation Administration Award for 77 buses and fueling stations. So we're going to leverage that into the ARCHES ecosystem. So hopefully we'll be taking fuel cell buses around here very shortly. We have the ports. So our leading ports are Long Beach, Los Angeles, and Oakland. So we got a bunch of the machinery, but also all the drayage trucks, and that's really important because a lot of the communities, with the replacing old diesel engines. And then kind of one of the ones that everybody loves, I do too, is the Scripps Marine vessel. And so they do a bunch of research there, and so that always seems to get a lot more size and text. But I was pulling this from the DOE type of thing. But that's replacing an old diesel thing with hydrogen fuel cell technology, similar to the ferry. And then if you go to slide 14, just for context here, so this is a carbon intensity map. And so you look at, okay, what are we doing? So we're trying to knock carbon out of the equation. If you look statewide, so just for context, the federal clean hydrogen standard is based on carbon intensity. And essentially it's 4 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilogram of hydrogen produced. And so we're like, okay, we have to be below that. And like the federal tax credit, you have to be below that to even qualify for it. We're trying to get to 0 and to negative. And if you look at like the Southern California valleys, for example, that's a -6. So we're actually taking carbon out. That's because of the biogenic feedstock. It's that forest residue, forest waste. It varies based on where, this is all based on Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, detailed analysis, kind of where you're pulling the resources, where the power is coming from. So on average, we're at a carbon negative system, which is pretty exciting when you think about it. So it's just below -0.15. And then I wanted to show a little bit where the funding, and this is, you'll have to tell me if this is an impactful chart or not. It's a bit of an eye chart. I'm just experimenting with it a little bit. But the orange bars, so I've bucketed this as production and distribution on the left, transit, trucks, logistics, power, ports, tribal, aviation, and workforce. But the orange bars are all the partner investments. So if you look at so that's in the billions of dollars essentially on that. Well, millions of dollars, but about $7 billion of partner investment, private investment going into production and distribution. That's a big investment enabled by the $1.2 billion from the federal government. The blue bars are the federal investments, and the green bars are the planned state investments. And so hopefully it kind of gives some of the context of what we're leveraging and what we're talking about. And that's just those core set of first projects. That's not even including the broader ecosystem, which is already getting a lot more investment coming in. So it's starting to happen. I think the timing is great with this. If you go to the next slide, the other thing I want to make sure to stress is like the community benefits part is a really important part of the federal hub. About 1% of all the projects will be invested into communities directly. We have a community benefits plan. We'll be working closely with the communities on those to develop it. The communities will be able to direct the investments, that 1%. For whatever the community needs. The other important part is the workforce development. And I had mentioned earlier about our project labor agreements. They will all have provisions for local hire. We want to make sure we're reaching the communities that need the jobs the most. We're partnered with various like helmets to hard hats, anti-recidivism, all sorts of stuff to bring people into the workforce, and making sure we're working closely with like the Workforce Development Board to align all of our programs and policies to make sure that we aren't over-promising, but we're actually connecting the training to where the jobs will be. And then the community engagement, if you go to the next slide, just I'm not going to go into all these details, but the green is kind of the Arches hub level engagement, and the orange is the project level, and all the purple bubbles are where stakeholders can feed into this process. I think one of the big things we need help with from everybody is just getting people exposed and understanding what hydrogen is and isn't, and what the benefits are, what the risks are, and so they all go in eyes wide open, and we make sure that everybody feels comfortable with it. Like, the hydrogen's been operating for decades safely. There's robust safety codes and standards. And as long as those are in place, everybody is safe. But it's a new thing, and anything that's new, it gets new scrutiny. And so we're creating lots of opportunities for that education. You all become part of that as well. And then the next slide 18 just shows kind of where we are in the process. And I think there's a lot of expectations for what Arches is and is already. And so we are really just in phase 1 of this thing. So we won the award. We negotiated. It's supposed to take 3 months. It took 9. It just all takes a little bit longer than you would hope. We still haven't gotten any money from the federal government. It's done on a reimbursement basis. And so a lot has been achieved without it. I mean, the DOE has gotten a ton out of this. And even if we didn't get any money, I'm not saying that would happen, but we've helped expose a lot of the value. So phase 1 is really that detailed planning. Phase 2 is more in the permitting side. So you think about phase 1 being 12 to 18 months. We're at the start of that. Phase 2 is permitting. Phase 3 is really when you think about 2027. That's when the big construction starts. And then phase 4 is kind of that ramping up and operating. That's kind of in 2030. We have projects that are ready to go now and that are moving ahead of the federal process. So we're helping to facilitate that as well. And then maybe just last kind of chapter, if you will, is this, if you go to the next slide, this one is how we're trying to move from concept to reality, to really make this real. And then we can skip into slide 20. So the fuel cell trucks and buses is a big, big part of this. We have the regulatory drivers from the Air Resources Board to help drive adoption of zero emission technology, in the ports. It's happening right now, for example. And we're trying to make sure we get everybody aligned moving forward. And so just the other day, or not just the other day, it feels like years ago, but it was November 5th before the election happened, and it feels like a lot has happened since the election. But so that if you go to slide 21, we put out a request for information for trucks and buses. Like, how are we actually going to take this 5,000 truck target, 1,000 bus target, and actually make it real? So it's all about creating that long-term market certainty, and make sure that we have a clear structure for incentives that OEMs can invest in, and really reducing complexity and costs. And so we're going to get feedback on that. We've already gotten some early feedback that if we were able to drive the certainty, the cost of hydrogen can be reduced by 40%. And so this is our big opportunity, right? All those things that kind of, if you can increase certainty, bring down the cost, lower taxes, property taxes, bring down the cost, like all those types of things really matter and have an impact, because really what we're driving towards is getting to a total cost of ownership for the fleet operator that competes with diesel, right? And every bit of that equation matters, from production to the stations to the service, and making sure that the reliability is there for the trucks. So essentially, just in broad strokes, we're trying to align OEMs, the automakers, fleets, stations, and the hydrogen supply all in one thing. So everybody who's making an investment will make sure to be able to get that investment back. It's really focusing on a multi-year program. We're looking at, kind of stepping down incentives, similar to what the California Solar Initiative did. Through time, you're driving towards cutting costs out of the equation. If ideas like if the OEM and fleets come together and secure vouchers for 2,000 trucks, for example, after 150 trucks, maybe the incentive starts to ratchet down. We have to figure out what those numbers are. And then, it's all about minimizing costs, including the tax burdens. Kind of where do you put the incentive to make sure that the taxes, for example, because the cost of a fuel cell truck is much higher than diesel, and the sales tax is a percentage tax. How do you start to play in those lines as well? And then slide 23, my graphics department got a little tired, and that's me. But if you go to the next one there, I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of context of what this means. And so if you think about what hydrogen does, so every ton of hydrogen or every kilogram of hydrogen you put into a diesel truck, or not into a diesel truck, it replaces a diesel truck, you save 18 tons of hydrogen, or of carbon emissions from the atmosphere. And so these, and we will digitize this at some point, but like natural gas, for example, costs about 9 tons of 9 kilograms per kilogram produced. So it's above the clean hydrogen standard. But if you take natural gas and make hydrogen without any carbon capture, you're still cutting the greenhouse gas emissions in half. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to zero. So we're doing, we're focused on renewables, but it is bring that up to put that in context. Like any hydrogen helps us reduce the emissions. Then if you look at the ARCH's average, we're at negative, and so we're every ton that we can get into Class 8 transportation, we're saving 18 tons of carbon emissions from that, and that matters. And then if you're comparing to a natural gas bus, you're taking 14 tons off. Cargo handling is about the same as the diesel truck, and the power turbines, for example, you're still saving quite a bit, about 10 tons per ton. And that leads to kind of I think what turns out to be in ARCH's kind of our favorite slide is our knockoff Andy Warhol. And so if you look on the left here, the top left is all the ARCH's hydrogen hub sites mapped. This is like real data. And then you map California's disadvantaged communities per the statute definition. And then on the bottom left, we have low-income communities. And then importantly, on the bottom right is the air pollution. So that last hand drawing was about carbon. We also have to make sure that it's all the criteria pollution. So there's zero of that, no matter what the source of hydrogen, there's zero of that going through the communities. And if we build out the whole system as we've outlined, it would be close to $3 billion per year in avoided health costs, which is a big, big deal. So you couple that with about over 200,000 jobs created is what we estimate. And then you can, working down, it's just like 13,000 fewer work lost days a year. I mean, it's all that type of stuff. And I think just making sure that we're bringing it back, kind of what does this all mean? It's, of course, we're focused on climate, but we're focused on air quality, it's workforce development, but it's also energy security, it's energy resilience, it's all the things, no matter kind of what the politics are, that there's benefit for everybody, no matter how you come at this. And that's why I think it's really exciting and we'll be resilient moving forward. And that was my last substantive slide. Hopefully that was okay timing-wise, and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. I have several questions. Let me start with a couple, and then I'll turn it to my colleagues and see if they have others. When you were mentioning the funding that's coming from the federal government, given the climate and the change and the leadership back in D.C., do you see any disruptions or stalls that might be coming with the new administration?
Yeah, so our plan is to secure as much of it now as possible, and then work with the new administration coming in. I mean, I think what's nice about the program, broadly speaking, it carries broad bipartisan support, especially throughout Congress. And so there's, if you look at the hubs map, there's different political leanings through all of it. And all 7 hubs were working really closely together. And we kind of look at it as we rise together and fall together. And a success in any of the hubs helps the rest of us all succeed. So we're optimistic and hopeful, but it's also, we got to see what the priorities of the next administration are. But the funding is already accounted for and locked in. It's just a matter of making sure that we keep moving forward through all the stage gates to get access to it.
And then California, we know it's probably one of the strictest in terms of when you're looking at new development or built outs, basically. What are some of the hurdles you think are going to be before you, especially on the tax side, that maybe we could assist, hopefully?
Yeah, there's hurdles kind of in every step of the equation. On the tax side, anything we can do to help relieve, especially in the early market. I think all the companies, everybody wants to pay the fair share of taxes. That's not the issue. It's just in the early part, just using a diesel truck. And hopefully the other companies can answer this with more eloquence in terms of their impact to their bottom line. But the tax burden on a diesel truck is far less than what the zero emission truck is just based on the cost, right? So that's one thing. And then how that property value gets assessed, like when you're adding a hydrogen station in, what does that look like in terms of things? So we've had those types of issues come up. I think a lot of it is making sure that we have fully educated the communities and they're bought in. And a lot of this will all happen through the NEPA and CEQA processes, going forward. But there's, every layer of government has different levels of permitting approval. And one of the things we're in charge of at GoBiz is we have a hydrogen station permitting guidebook. We're going to expand that to cover more of the areas. But each community, like their fire marshals have to be comfortable. Their building officials have to be comfortable. We have streamlining things in process, but then you have to make sure that the folks who are getting the paper on their desk have access to the answers that they need in the comfort. And a lot of that has happened through kind of the network, because we've already approved well over 60 hydrogen stations in different communities. But a lot of those people have they've done it and then they move on. So it's kind of that ongoing education to get that stuff in the ground.
And along those lines, you mentioned that, you're obviously working with the ports, the major ports in California. Moving forward, I'm sure, what are some of the challenges you might see, especially as you're adding a hydrogen hub, for example, in some of these ports?
So the ports are incredible partners, and I think the beautiful part of this is like the facts are on the side of moving forward with this. But of course, there's a lot of engaged communities around the ports, and we got to make sure we're continually educating and make sure that they understand and have comfort around the technology, or at least if not comfort, at least enough to where they don't feel like they need to oppose this type of thing. And so one of the messages I think we can all carry is, hydrogen is not a competitor to direct electrification. It enables more of it. If there's an opportunity and there's already power coming to a site, you should plug things in as much as possible. And for places that there isn't power, that's where hydrogen really fits in, and maybe even places where there are, but they benefit each other and help increase that penetration. And really what we're after, especially in the frontline, fence line communities, is better air quality. Like in Long Beach, people should not have to sleep with their windows closed, and an air purifier on along the 710 corridor. And if we can get more and more zero emission trucks on the road there, that really helps. And then especially if you couple that with jobs.
No, I know that's key, because you mentioned Long Beach, and I know these poor folks are right alongside with these big diesel trucks. Yeah. And I think, Member Gaines had mentioned it to me, and I remember when I had an opportunity to drive one of these things, the only thing they're emitting is vapor, a little bit of water, which is kind of interesting, as opposed to the pollutants that they're getting at the ports, right? Let me turn it over to the members, starting with our chair, Ms. Lieber, if they have any questions or comments.
I'm just wondering, what's your strategy as far as reaching out to the legislature?
So we have good relationships within the legislature. Of course, there's a lot of new legislators coming in, so we have to continue to do that. There's multiple groups that do. So what we're strive to do is maintain communication and, kind of that strategic alignment with all the different groups who are interested in hydrogen. Like you'll hear, I think, from the California Hydrogen Coalition, the Hydrogen Business Coalition, there's Green Hydrogen Coalition, there's all the CAPA and the ports, and all singing from the same song sheet and kind of making sure we're getting that message out there. We also, have government affairs help for ARCHES to make sure, like on the federal level, on the state level, that we're engaged in keeping people informed. But it's an ongoing thing. And part of even that video, just sharing that around, just making sure people can kind of conceptualize what this is and what it can be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, super. Thank you.
Deputy Controller, I believe, has a question for you.
I want to thank you for coming. Great presentation, a lot of information. And as I digest this, I'm just going to ask this question. Which sectors do you believe are most ready to be decarbonized right now? And I think the video foreshadowed that a little bit too.
Yeah. I think California we need to lead on transportation. That's where a lot of the bang for the buck is in terms of getting pollution off the ground. Like you see some of the maps. If you think about even stationary sources of pollution, the freeways that carry a lot of the goods that serve a lot of the country are effectively stationary sources. And so there's a tremendous amount of interest in, like manufacturers are bringing the trucks. It's the infrastructure that really we need to catch up on, you know. And so I think transportation is a big part. And then, of course, well, part of the strategy too, just to, you know, be clear. So like on the power sector, for example, when they convert their turbines over to be able to run on 100% hydrogen, they can be an early strategic off-taker that you can finance against, because they will pay for that hydrogen. And then you can leverage that to add the transportation, which is a little bit more like herding cats. You know, so you have the big kind of golden lab that does whatever you want it to do. That's the power sector. And then on the transportation sector, you have a little bit more herding cats. And that part of our truck and bus strategy is to consolidate that and to make that behave a little bit more like I don't know why I'm going down the animal analogy, but we're going to roll with that. So to make that a little bit more like the labs. But one of the beauties of this is on the power sector, it can run on 100% hydrogen, but it can also run on blends with natural gas. And if we have a disruption in hydrogen supply, which has happened in the light duty sector in particular, we've suffered from it, you can divert that hydrogen into transportation to make sure that those areas that don't have a fuel switching option can continue to go forward. And then you can run the power plant on natural gas for a limited time if you have to. So it's those types of things that we're doing. And then, of course, the ports are early movers too. So that's kind of why we did those three.
Absolutely, absolutely. My next and last question has to do with environmental impact.
Yeah.
And just the challenges that are around the potential environmental impact, especially to communities that have already been burdened by economic injustice.
Yeah.
And how are you addressing that? For example, we hear a lot about hydrogen leaks, the potential for hydrogen leaks and the impacts that can have in a community as you're putting it through a pipeline, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think the community part, you know, a lot of it's education, right? And so like there's 30 miles of pipeline that has been operating safely in the LA Long Beach area for decades. Leakage is something we all pay attention to and worry about. I mean, molecules leaked is money lost. And so there's a lot to, you know, the economic incentive is to not have the leaks happen. And then, of course, the codes and standards become really important to make sure that everybody is safe where it's going. But I think from an environmental justice perspective, it's really, you know, we get back to the basics of cleaning up the air, providing the jobs and make sure they have full input. And then especially as the investments come into their community, that's a big part of the community benefits pathways strategy is like, what do you need? What can help your community based on these investments going forward? And then there's, you know, a seriousness about that local hire provisions, the way that they select, so you can actually pick people who live in the community. Now, the trick and the challenge is to make sure that person, those people are trained and able, and that's where we kind of wrap around with all the state agency, the UCs, the CSUs, community colleges, and the apprenticeship programs and building construction trades to make sure that we have all those skills lined up and in place and that people are aware of it. So it's kind of two sides of the coin. That
answers my question. Member Vasquez, if I may, you're an expert in this field, and as we go through this new process, you talk about fairness and transparency in the market. You have the public taxpayer dollars now trying to get the private investment. And so how are you, as an organization, keeping the transparent flow of information to elected officials here on this board, environmental groups, community advocates, that these projects are on track? Are we setting benchmarks needed to earn the disbursements? I understand the federal government money is dispersed at times, correct? So what are the benchmarks here?
Yeah, so a lot of it is, so some of the information, as we can share, we will share it from Arch's perspective. And the idea is to bring transparency, especially to the market. So right now if you look into the market at like the cost of hydrogen, it's a bit opaque, you know, because a lot of it's done on a business-to-business arrangement. What we're trying to bring is transparency, really turn hydrogen into a commodity. So there's that piece of it. The other part on the community side, like no project will go in without the full and robust community engagement process. And in fact, one of the innovations we had in our application that DOE really liked was that we have a community benefits assessment team. So the idea is to have independent assessors. So we'd work together with the community to make sure the indicators that they're most interested in are clear and transparent. And then that independent community benefits assessment team makes sure that those projects are delivering on those things too. So it's like a lot of it's just transparency, like making sure that people are comfortable with what's happening. You can go and actually see it, like, you know, on a real live website, you know. So we have a lot of work to do to build that out.
Absolutely. Thank you
so
much, and good luck.
Thank you.
As you go on this journey.
Thank you. I think we have our Senator Gaines with some
Yeah,
questions for
great.
you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very, very nice. And I was just curious, because Governor Schwarzenegger had the hydrogen highway.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of talk about that. And he was talking about fueling stations every 20 miles up and down the state, along, I think, the freeway corridors. And the goal for completion, I believe, was 2010, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to figure out is, what are we doing differently so that it does become a reality? Or are there competing issues here with going electric versus hydrogen, that hydrogen gets crowded out? Just curious as to where you see it going.
Yeah, no, I think we'll see how it all plays out. There's broad agreement that hydrogen has a strong role to play. And so and I think if you kind of go down like the number of people who agree, like heavy duty, long haul, you get almost 100% agreement. And then you start working down into smaller classes and you start losing some people. I, for one, believe it's gonna make its way all the way down into light duty. I mean, it's already there. We have 15,000 vehicles on the road. And that it fills an important niche in that space, for example. It's for people who don't have access to home charging. A lot of the people who drive them love technology, but it's also the ability to haul a trailer and fuel up in 10 minutes and keep going with, kind of that pull-through fueling type of thing. It's not that electric can't do that, but it's a little less convenient. So it's like there's opportunities there. But, we could have battery breakthroughs. We don't really know. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we have all the technology available to solve for the problem that we're trying to solve for, and that's really getting off of fossil fuel.
Is it a better model than electric for heavy-duty trucks?
It depends. It really depends on the application, right? So you kind of look, it's not a full 100%, I think, on any part of it. So if hydrogen works really well in a place where you have like 24/7 operations, or you have to go a long way. Electric works really well if you have a return to base and you can charge it on a slow rate, and then operate it for 8 or 10 or 12 hours, during the day. Like, especially if you can charge slow, because then the cost of your fuel is relatively low. It's like when you have to do fast charging, it becomes really, really expensive and it taxes the grid. And so it's optimizing for those things. So it's kind of like right-sizing the technology for the use that you're going to use it for. And then our job, as I say, is try to enable and make sure that the people who are actually doing the work and doing the jobs have access to that technology in a way that's affordable and can beat diesel. And so I think it's not either or, it's both and then it's like, how do we go? There's a tremendous amount of nuance, Does that make sense?
How about the production of hydrogen? Because you can use dirty means to produce the hydrogen, right?
Yeah.
So how do you produce the hydrogen clean? And then how do you make that affordable?
Yeah, so it's really, and you kind of asked about what we're doing different. It's really about scale. Like at scale, you start to drive cost out. So the number I didn't show on that carbon intensity is what we modeled is the hydrogen would be about the cost of diesel, and you have a little bit of headroom, right? Because the fuel cell is more efficient.
Okay.
And so on the cost side, if you're looking at electrolysis, it's all about your feedstock of electricity. If you have high rates, if you're like, you would never produce hydrogen during peak hours on the grid. If you did, it's, economic suicide. Mm-hmm. What they wanted to do is like when there's excess solar or excess wind, then it becomes really cheap, even carbon negative. A lot of the projects are setting up kind of behind the meter.
Okay.
We want them to be on the grid in some capacity to help spread out ratepayer costs and drive rates down, but that's a thing that we have to figure out going forward. And so the feedstock matters. And then in some ways we have, you even look at communities. I was just down in the city of Visalia, for example, and they have, their biosolids, their yard waste and food waste, and they have to pay to dispose of that. It's about $500,000 a year. Through gasification and processes, we can actually turn that into hydrogen. So you're turning something that's a problem and turning it into an asset, kind of same with the woody biomass. And that's kind of how you can start to really cut out these.
So it makes sense for ports, right? And you're already doing that.
Yeah.
It sounds like Sacramento International Airport, that's a good use with their buses.
Yeah, and they have electric buses too.
Yeah.
And that might be, because their routes are relatively short, and they're, 12 hours or 14, so that's a great, probably battery electric bus application. You're seeing a lot of the transit authorities are going, even when we started, I think we had about 12 or 15 that were really serious about fuel cells. Now we have like 45 that are really serious about fuel cells because they have a lot of flexibility on their routes, and they're performing really well. So they can, they have one return to base station or multiple, but then they can deploy those everywhere. And there's a resilience part too. If the power goes out, you can bring a generator in and get your hydrogen pumping, and then you can also use the battery bus as backup.
Okay, yeah.
So it's fun to get down into the details of like how this is. The challenge is I think we oftentimes look for just one solution, and it really is all of them.
Yeah, and for the Sac International Airport, for those buses, are they getting their hydrogen from West Sac?
Okay, so SAC RT.
We just want to keep time, so if we could just get to wrapping up, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Oh, so it's RT, okay.
It's RT. The buses at the airport are battery. Oh, yeah, battery.
So
but the RT bus is going to the airport.
Yes, okay. Yeah. Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have one of our senators here.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
that-
Thank you.
Go ahead and call the item.
Yes, happy to. Item 23 is the legislative perspective, developing the hydrogen market, challenges and recommendations, input on recent statutory changes augmenting the development of the hydrogen industry in California, continuing challenges, potential tax and other incentives, possible future legislation. The first speaker in this item is Honorable Bob Archuleta, Senator, California State Senate District 30. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you, ma'am. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us here. Now that you've learned all about hydrogen from the Arches representative, I'd like to thank them for making my job a lot easier. But it is through them that I've gotten excited about hydrogen. And once again, thank you all for allowing me to speak before you. And again, I'm Senator Bob Archuleta, and I'm so honored to be here with you and to extend my heartfelt appreciation to, of course, Antonio, who had made the invitation through you, I guess, Madam Chair, and I got the invitation. And so I'm excited to be here. Got up bright and early at 4 o'clock this morning to fly in to do this for you. And so I'm really excited. Anytime that anyone will listen about hydrogen, then I am there. So I'm just so honored to be here to address you. Well, I have the privilege of representing our state as the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Hydrogen and Energy. The role was, I was honored to be appointed by Pro Tem Tony Atkins at the time, back in 2021. In this capacity, I have had the unique opportunity to witness firsthand the incredible potential of hydrogen as an energy solution as part of shaping the role of the state and clean energy. And you had heard the speaker before me mention buses and transportation. In the San Gabriel Valley, we have Foothill Transit. They just purchased 31 buses. Why? Because they find that hydrogen is the way of the future. And some of their hills that they have there in their various cities, they find that the hydrogen bus is just as smooth and they're able to keep traveling. So there's a lot of pluses that we're discovering. There in Norwalk, in my district, there's an organization there called Tom's Trucking, and they're converting a lot of their trucks into hydrogen and selling hydrogen trucks, the big 18-wheelers. And as I explained to so many, imagine we've all seen these big 18-wheelers cross the intersection, and they chug along and chug along and chug along with all the smoke and everything that's coming out the back end or wherever. Hydrogen don't do that. They just very smoothly go right across, and the water you have there on your desk, Madam Chair, is about all they comes out of the pipe after a couple of 100 miles. So, and I will tell you, the general public needs to know how safe it is, and I have this discussion with everyone. My wife and I were looking to get a new car, and I said, well, we ought to look into hydrogen. Oh, no, you're not bringing hydrogen in my garage. And a couple of weeks later, I said, I found this terrific car that gets almost 400 miles for fuel, and safe, clean, and quiet, and equally as fast as an electric. Wow, when did we go look at it? I said, it's a fuel cell battery. Wow. And as we start to develop further and further, that is what's happening. And that's why I got so excited about it. And I told everyone, if I had a drop of gasoline, I put it here, and a drop of hydrogen, put it there, and let it match. This would burn through this table. The hydrogen would dissipate. Safety, it's there. So I bring you that background because as a layman, and I started to learn about hydrogen, and more people learn about hydrogen, they realize the availability, the fact that it's so safe, and more people are looking into it. So I will tell you this, the select committee that I chair was established because of the fact that we've got to bring to the general public clear knowledge, a purposeful mission. And our mission is to provide a dedicated platform for the legislator to engage with one another, to oversee that the hydrogen energy and the hydrogen industry as it grows in California. As part of this mission, we're working to bring together hydrogen stakeholders from diverse sectors, ensuring that this rapidly developing technology can truly make a difference in our future when we're trying to clean our air and make sure that our children and their children can grow and have clean energy for the future. This involves careful consideration on how hydrogen can be best be complemented and renewable energy sources, because if we heard before, it takes everything. And I tell everyone, here in California, we have a treasure chest of energy. We open that up, and there's wind and solar and hydrogen and batteries and so on. We've got to incorporate them all. And so we can't put one just for the batteries, but we've got to spread it across, and we've got to give everyone an opportunity to help clean our air and maintain it. So as we know that, and you've heard that as we move along and the order that we discover that hydrogen, that it is truly viable for our future, both economically and environmentally. We've built bridges between stakeholders here in California to attract investments, and this is where you all come in. We'll talk about that. But investments in business and innovators nationwide, not just here in California. Collaboration is critical because the road to a clean energy future is one we cannot be traveled on alone. And that's why the treasure chest of energy is so important. Every stakeholder, from small startups to large corporations, bringing together this vital table. And together, we can unlock the future or potential for hydrogen in our state of California. And we are the leaders, no doubt. And they say, so goes California, so goes the nation. Bringing this generation of students is extremely necessary for the future of hydrogen energy. I've met with Cerritos College, and that college has gotten together with labor organizations, and they're expanding their career technical education sources and bringing in hydrogen and the experts along with labor, working together so they can develop and look into hydrogen. It's a well-paying career in the industry. But where do we learn about it? In our local colleges. So it's a pilot program at Cerritos College. I met with the president, labor, everybody. They're going to open up the wing, and they're going to teach, train, and guide students on these jobs that are going to be there for the future. So workforce development is part of this future. And so now let's talk about the incredible momentum we're seeing with Arches. You heard what's going on with them. And Arches is it's the Alliance of Renewable Clean Hydrogen Energy System. We all know it as Arches. Already, we've known that by laying this foundation that they've given us, we can and we shall work together with all aspects to work with hydrogen, with Arches, and the future here in California. So let's talk about $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. So we put together documents and we send them to the federal government, shaking their trees and saying California should be one of the recipients of the $1.2 billion for hydrogen in the future. So we're in line with those advancements. The federal government has recognized the importance of hydrogen and the process that is taking place, and they are about to award $1.2 billion California. And California has been selected, so the process is there. The development of hydrogen will happen, not only to accelerate our efforts, but also it underscores the critical role of hydrogen will play in the helping California achieve its clean energy goals. With this funding, we can implement projects that will make a real, tangible difference, supporting the technologies that drive us closer to a sustainable future. So we knocked on the door along with many other states, and we did. We're in the process of receiving the money. When it gets here, R&D will be involved. Companies across the state of California will have a chance to weigh in and see how we can do it. But this is where you all come in. We're going to talk about tax incentives. We've got to give these the industry tax incentives to open up the doors. So if you're thinking about opening up a business pertaining to hydrogen, tax incentives are so important. The R&D, who's doing it? Schools, colleges, we're all working in that future. And I've been to so many locations and things that they're just starting to go with hydrogen. And I'm committed to doing everything I can do to support Arches and their stakeholders to maximize these federal investments through robust legislation, supportive policies. As we look forward, we are not only laying the groundwork by setting the stage for hydrogen to becoming an integral part of California's clean energy, but we're looking at the economy in the future and tax incentives. And that's why each and every one of you, because we're all laymen. The experts just spoke. But we know that the scientists who've discovered it and the manufacturing, the production, the transportation and use and the delivery, it's just opening those doors. So we've got to continue. But without tax incentives, it's not going to happen. And that's why I'm here to talk to all of you. And so it'll be essential by ensuring that these tax incentives are there, that we continue the sustainable, scalable impact on the long term, because it's not going to be done overnight. It's going to take years. But if we start and continue, we'll do it. So hydrogen is vital to our future, no doubt. So I urge the board and each and one of you to take a good look and to prepare and help me to prepare legislation for the future. Because the number of bills that I've introduced, one gets accepted, the other one doesn't, another one does, another one doesn't. So we're moving along. And I think the governor is realizing that hydrogen has got to be part of our future. So as we prepare to legislation, open and continue these doors and open the doors, a tax incentive and other financial incentives are needed to support this industry and California's clean energy. So while Arches has provided us with an excellent beginning, we know that there's still much more to be done. The initiatives is the foundation, the tax incentives, the foundation. And we have a long journey, as I mentioned, to go ahead. But sustainable hydrogen economy in California can happen. We cannot afford to rest on our laurels. Rather, we must keep pushing forward and finding new ways to overcome challenges that create opportunities for the hydrogen industry. And one of the biggest steps we can take is to create a financial incentives. We need financial, tax incentives together, private investments, along with our state of California, and GoBiz. Everyone has got to jump in. A strong hydrogen economy won't just appear overnight. As I mentioned, we must need the support of the industry, fostering the environment and knowledge and skill and education that it will thrive. And again, I'll say it again, time and time again, with these tax incentives, people will invest. They'll come into California. They'll stay in California. They'll develop their technologies in California. And so when we're talking about futuristic technologies, reduce cost of hydrogen, and ensure that California remains the leader in the emerging field, that is our goal. So, of course, there are still significant hurdles that are widespread, no doubt, in the adapting hydrogen. Right now, two of the biggest are the price and availability. Once we do that, we're going to open up these doors, and some of the bills that I put on the table that have gone forward have passed, and they're opening up those doors. So I will tell you this, that we're getting much, much closer to achieving the goal that people realize that hydrogen is there. Small businesses, large companies are getting involved. So to my colleagues in the Senate and the Assembly, I ask them, please get involved with me, and all of you that are on this board, very prestigious board that is here, who has the key to those incentives and those tax breaks that we're talking about. And I want you to know that my doors are always open to work with you. So in turn, I can get some of the legislative knowledge that you may have that will open your door. And the tax incentives they're needed. So whether we have people come out and bring in the public sector, the private sector, it's got to be a joint venture here in California. So since the beginning of this journey, I've introduced over 10 bills, as I had mentioned, that directly support hydrogen industry. And can I assure you that I'm just getting started. Each and every session, there will be bills upon bills on the table. And not just by me, but some of my colleagues that realize that in their own districts that it is needed. And I know that across the state of California, when we establish that line of stations, imagine what we can do. When some of these trucks can now go 400 miles at a shot and without refueling. And talk about refueling, again, you heard, it only takes 10 minutes. It takes 5 or 6 minutes to fill up my car. Imagine to fill up a big 18-wheeler in 10 minutes and they get back on the road. So it is going to happen. So I am dedicated to pushing forward with legislation that's favorable for our environment and hydrogen development. We're advocating for policies and to knock down barriers, but create incentives and to achieve our goal. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once again. As I said, your board is very prestigious. It is recognized here in the state of California that can open doors and can provide the incentives we're talking about and bringing people together. So I want to thank you all once again for giving me this opportunity. And I will tell you that it will not only benefit California, but it will also open doors across this nation because sustainable future, it's here, it's now, and we will accomplish this together. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for waking up early this morning to come and join us. I know that's, coming from LA, I know what you're going through.
Yes.
But you touched on a couple things. Well, one, as the chair on the select committee, it sounds like you're definitely willing to work with us on some future legislation. After this hearing, I'm hoping we're going to get some good suggestions and ideas in areas that we could hopefully come up with and have the opportunity to sit with you and see if it's going to take legislation or just rules from our end of it on these tax incentives and credits to hopefully expedite and hopefully to streamline the process. Because I know in talking to some of the folks that are involved in the electrical arena back in the 70s, ran across some stumbling blocks and some obstacles here up in Sacramento. And hopefully we can learn from those and minimize those moving forward as we try to move this thing.
Well, you're absolutely right, because some of the bills that I've put on the table do exactly what is the problem? I'll go to your city, ma'am, and I'll say, what is the problem? You're a city councilman, you're a mayor, what is the problem? I know you're 100% for hydrogen. Well, my board isn't doing it, this, that, and the other. So we put a bill on the table. It says that municipalities cannot stop production and cannot hinder anyone from trying to put in a fueling station. Because what was happened, we discovered, so somebody wants to put in a fueling station, oh, okay, we'll need a sidewalk, we need lights, we need this, and there's a $400,000 expenditure before they even put up the fueling station. No, so the bill knocks that down, and it makes it equal to electric, because obviously we're trying to get them both going. So one of the bills did that. And it's done that. So working with you and trying to make your job easier, to make my job easier, because legislation is needed, no doubt, as we chip away and chip away. As we all talk about these telephones that we all have, it was legislation that opened the door for the future. And everything we do, but if it doesn't have here in California the tax incentives to open those doors, we're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Looks like we have some questions here. Let me start with our deputy controller, and then we'll go with our chair and our vice chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Welcome, Senator, to the board chambers. It's always a pleasure. I did have a question. I want to first congratulate you on the signing of your bill by the governor and helping streamline the permit process for hydrogen fuel stations. I just want to know, did you receive any legislative opposition to this bill? Do you envision opposition to the future when you're opening doors in this area? And how to best overcome this.
The opposition is lack of knowledge. Absolutely. The opposition is not, it's funny, everything we do had a transition. Think of your church as an example. I'm just thinking about this. Somebody would pull a rope and ring the bell. Okay, church time, ring a bell. Well, now you push a button and the bells ring themselves. Well, that was technology. Or you pick up the phone now and you can talk to someone in Japan. And I've been to Japan twice, and they have no oil wells in Japan. And they're so far ahead of us, it's amazing. And a lot of countries throughout the world are going to hydrogen because it's available, it's there, it's the future. But we have, we're taking our baby steps. And so in doing that, we're finding that as people have the knowledge and skill, that's why I talked about getting to the colleges. UCI in Southern California, they have wings at the university, and the scientists are working on technology. It's coming. But I just feel so excited about it because I don't want time to go on. My youngest grandchild is 2 years old. I don't want him to be 42 before we start doing something. I want him to be ready in grammar school, that he can run and breathe. And you mentioned Los Angeles. There was a time when I was growing up in junior high school, they would shut down the school. You couldn't go outside and play and run because of the hydrogen, because of the
smog alerts.
Smog.
Yeah,
the smog that we have. Well, now you run all over just about everywhere in the state because of the things we're doing. We have to sustain that.
Absolutely, Senator. Thank you, and always a pleasure. Welcome back here anytime.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe has some
Thank
questions.
you. Well, I very much appreciate you coming here today, and I'm really heartened to hear about the Select Committee. And I think oftentimes that's the vehicle that's needed to give multiple legislators table stakes and to kind of spread out the movement. And I think also a strategy for doing that can be to have some demonstration projects.
Yes.
Throughout the state, so that when it's a new technology, that it's kind of introduced in a way that gets it out there piece by piece.
On that note, Madam Chair, I'm going to challenge your board because you need to come out to Foothill Transit there in Southern California and make it a field trip. Come out there. You can see these beautiful buses and the response that the drivers have of driving these vehicles, and the general public when they get in them, and the success, and the millions upon millions of dollars that they're spending in that direction. Obviously, that must mean something. But we also need the technology and the skill, the labor force to work on these buses, right? And it's amazing. One of my staff members just bought himself a brand new fuel cell battery car. And I get in that car with him, and I said, hey, slow down. It's like an electric car, boom, the takeoff. And so he had to pinpoint certain places where he can go fill up. And he said, one day I hope that I can just jump in the car with the family and drive to Vegas or drive to Sacramento or drive to Bakersfield, whatever, without having to worry about where I'm going to go. That's the fuel cell battery stations, the fueling station. But we're doing that with electric as well. And I tell everyone, not every one in your district or my district is going to be able to afford the electric vehicle, but they have an alternative with fuel cell batteries because they're not as expensive, and they give the incentives. So that's our future.
Fantastic, and I hope that we'll stay in close touch with you and any related legislation that we can help with in any way.
So I'm going to set up that trip, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm there.
You're a witness. We're going to do that. I will get a hold of Foothill Transit, and I will be there with you, and I will be your personal guide, and you can see what the future looks like. And then we'll take a ride over to Tom's Trucking there in Norwalk, and you can see the number of trucks and vehicles that are being taken care of. And before I leave, I would just want to tell you, Long Beach, our ports, and so on, the big cranes that they're using to move everything, they're now being converted to hydrogen. They're actually pulling out all the diesel and things, and they're converting them to hydrogen. So buses and trains and cars, and it's there.
Yeah,
so again,
absolutely.
I thank
you so much. We're going to take you up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you have another question.
Sure.
Yes, Senator Archuleta, thank you so much for making the commitment.
Yes.
Getting up at 4 a.m. That's very impressive.
And I'll do it again.
So I appreciate that. And I just had a question personally, because you have a hydrogen car.
Do I? I am still waiting to find the other stations because I'm in a
Yes.
different location.
Yes.
So it doesn't make sense. But as soon as I'm thinking they're looking, a couple of people are looking at them, and they're dealing with the City of Industry. And the City of Industry is very close to me. And we went out there with the potential builder of the station, and he's looking at building a bay of 14 spots where trucks can come in and cars, and that's just a couple of miles from me, not too far. So they're laying the groundwork, they're going through city council, getting the permits. As soon as that happens, I'm on board.
Oh, that's great. And is there, one of the concerns that we've heard about hydrogen is venting, right? Doesn't it need space in order to vent? And I'm just curious as to, if you've got a car, do you have to do anything special to your garage in order to provide that venting?
I've not heard that, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, okay.
I've only heard safety across the board,
Okay.
and my own member of my team in my district office, he parks his inside his garage and he
Okay.
doesn't have a problem.
Maybe they've
So-
resolved it.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, maybe they've resolved that issue.
Yeah, no, he's very happy with it. So
Yes.
safety first. Everywhere I go, that's number one. And I
Great.
think we're going to be okay with
Well, we
that.
appreciate you being here and willing to work with us.
Well,
We
thank you.
Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll see you in the San Gabriel Valley in the future.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming out. And I see your colleague, another senator, my senator, up on the screen, ready and queuing up. But
Yes.
let me have Ms. Cicchetti, go ahead.
Sure. Our next speaker for this item is Honorable Ben Allen, Senator, California State Senate District 24. You may begin.
Well, thank you so much, and so great to see you, all my friends on the board. Obviously, Tony, and then of course Bob Archuleta. Nice to see you, Bob. I usually see you in person, so it's nice to see you. And thank you for making the trip up to speak to the board on this important topic. So my district is a little west of Bob's, kind of northwest. I represent the West Side, Hollywood, Coastal South Bay, and Santa Monica Mountains communities of LA County. And I serve on the Senate Select Committees on hydrogen energy that Bob's very involved with, and also on ports and goods movement, and also chair our Senate Environmental Quality Committee. So I wanted to be part of this conversation too, and I really appreciated the invite. It's very timely. We know that energy demand is expected to significantly increase over the near future, as has been discussed, and the development of AI, combined with increased electrification and a warming planet, have us scrambling to boost our energy sources while simultaneously decarbonizing our grid. So we're looking for all sorts of different opportunities and possibilities. We also know that with the incoming new federal administration, a number of our energy priorities may be shifting at the national level. I've been involved with a number of conversations about the future of clean energy production after the election. Some of you who I see in the audience have been part of those conversations. There's certainly a lot of uncertainty in this space, but I will say that hydrogen seems to have a lot of support from a wider range of the political spectrum, which maintains hope that it will continue receiving support from the federal government. So as we try to approach California's 2045 carbon neutrality goal, the conversation is getting louder about how we implement, it's getting louder about how we implement hydrogen as an important tool to, as part of the mix as we seek to reach carbon neutrality. So now, some of the things that have been guiding our work at the Environmental Quality Committee as we think about hydrogen as an important energy source. GHG emissions, right? So, because at the end of the day, this is all about trying to do right by our environment. So how do we make sure that we are looking at, with all of these energy sources, including electricity, by the way, that we really look at the GHG emissions throughout the production, not just the end use. Again, an important thing for us to be doing within the electricity conversation, because a lot of electricity at certain times of the day is produced using dirtier sources, especially in other parts of the country. Prioritize use applications of the fuel. So what are those, what are those sorts of fuel applications that really make the most sense? leveraging stranded, intermittent, renewable energy sources for hydrogen production, as certain types of energy sources are more effective at certain times of the day, whether it be solar or wind. And then, of course, use of resources for production, such as the electrolysis of water in water-strapped California. That's one of the main potential sources of green hydrogen, but it does use a great deal of energy. It does use a great deal of water. So how do we fit that into our resource challenges as we think about it as a green energy source? So my committee heard SB 1420, which is the Caballero bill on hydrogen, earlier this year. It was a bill that basically provided CEQA streamlining for hydrogen projects and production facilities. And when we were doing that, the focus of the committee was on trying to elevate standards for the hydrogen production in order for it to qualify for a streamlined environmental review. And in the end, we worked out a deal with the author for amendments that require hydrogen, in order to get this expedited review under the bill. The hydrogen could not be derived from fossil fuel feedstock, so that we can ensure that the hydrogen production benefiting from CEQA streamlining is indeed a cleaner fuel source for the environment, not just at its end use, but also through the production process, as I discussed earlier. So I was supportive of SB 1420. Obviously, it got a lot of opposition from various groups, including people in the environmental community. I'm going to continue to. I'm supportive of hydrogen. From my perspective, it's about a tailored approach, like with any energy source, including electricity. Again, it's about a tailored approach that applies the fuel to its best use cases. So, where does it make sense for us to really prioritize this use of hydrogen over others? That's why I authored SB 414 last year, which was unfortunately held in Assembly of Probes for financial reasons. But it would have required CARB and the PUC and the California Energy Commission to assess the use of hydrogen for different applications and to create a ranking of best use applications that would help to guide our support for different uses of the fuel in the future. Something like 55% of hydrogen use nationally goes toward refining, and another 35% goes toward chemical processes. As far as decarbonizing end-use sectors, refining and chemical processes are on the more beneficial side of the spectrum, along with long-haul aviation, marine shipping, primary steel production, those kinds of things. I know it's an important energy source for the ports, and so I'm excited that they're part of the conversation today as well. End-use sectors that need a lot of improvement tend to be short-haul shipping, heavy and duty light vehicles, day-to-day power generation, among others. So, how can we focus our support on the sectors that make best use of the fuel, and how can we improve the use of the fuel in other sectors that I know that we want to have a bigger slice of the pie? We've got about 55 hydrogen refueling stations across the state. We passed Assemblymember Lowenthal's father's, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember, it was Bonnie Lowenthal's bill, SB 1505, back in 2005, which implemented a 33.3% renewable standard for hydrogen fuel, while allowing for the use of offsite renewable energy and biomethane credits. Our latest data available from 2023 reports roughly 39% of this hydrogen is considered renewable, which is a massive drop-off from the previous renewable percentage reports that exceeded 90%. So this is largely attributed to cost savings, with renewable hydrogen costing much more than the alternative. So one of the other questions here is, how can we support the production of more renewable hydrogen? One effort has been geared toward utilizing cheaper, more abundant electricity from intermittent renewables, such as solar, to produce hydrogen during the day. Then we could use that hydrogen in fuel cells to power at other times, acting as a form of storage for low or no carbon electricity. While theoretically this sounds great, of course, in practice we encounter high expenses, which makes it difficult to scale. Current technologies are unable to economically cycle on and off in line with the availability of these intermittent renewables. But we do continue to see improvement in this area that brings us closer to a widely used, cost-effective reality. And of course, the technology that would allow for this kind of flexibility continues to improve. So And in line with the needed financial support, as I know folks on the board know, is the 45V production tax credit, which is established under the IRA. So this provides uncapped tax credits for clean hydrogen production, up to a $3 credit per kilogram of hydrogen produced, with higher credits granted to lower carbon intensive hydrogen. Many are expecting this credit within the IRA to be maintained, given the broader political support for hydrogen fuel compared to other types of renewable energy. But we're going to have to keep a close eye on their interpretation of clean hydrogen for the purposes of IRA renewal, or at least survival. Of course, from my perspective, the last thing we want to be doing is putting decarbonization money toward things that are going to drastically increase overall emissions. One other thing I want to mention is the use of biomass and biogas to produce clean hydrogen. And broadly speaking, this does offer a potential feedstock for hydrogen production that doesn't rely on fossil fuels. But I know there are some concerns in the environmental community about some of the, for example, right now we're going through an analysis of the low carbon fuel standard and some of the unintended consequences from that potentially incentivize the capture and use of methane. There's a strong argument out there that we made the incentives under the LCFS too good to the point where the agricultural industry has gone out of their way to produce more methane in order to capture more incentives, something that we've been seeking to correct through legislative action in recent years. So while it would be good to capture current sources of biomass and biogas, we need to learn from these past challenges as to not incentivize increased production of these emission sources. So, the other thing, of course, that I think it bears mentioning is just some of the concerns out there about the transport of hydrogen. It is, obviously the lowest. It's the first on the table of the elements is a very tiny molecule, which is subject to leakage. So you have to have very special pipelines to transport the gas in a responsible manner that won't lead to high amounts of leakage. And one of the concerns out there is that by just using natural gas, it's not as simple as just saying, oh, we'll just change the natural gas pipelines or other types of petroleum pipelines, et cetera, to use for hydrogen. We're going to really have to upgrade those so as to not have significant leakage. While hydrogen is not a greenhouse gas in and of itself, it leads to global warming impacts in the way that it interacts with other gases in the air. And so that's another thing that continues to be of some concern. But I think everyone's excited about the potential that hydrogen has as a important renewable energy source for our grid for a cleaner future. As I say, we got to be thinking about engineering controls needed to maintain stability, flammability, monitor for leaking, account for ventilation, all those kinds of things. We're seeing some improvements in the technology, but we're hoping to see more that will help with these issues, as well as scaling renewable and truly clean hydrogen in an economically feasible manner. I hope we can continue to have conversations about its appropriate applications across different sectors, prioritizing those industries where the benefits of its use are the strongest. So anyway, with that, I just want to thank the board again for hosting this conversation today. I mean, this is the latest of a number of conversations I've participated with this board. And I just want to say, I really appreciate the fact that the board has been taking it upon itself to really do a deep dive into a number of different major policy areas with tax implications. It's a good clearinghouse and a good opportunity for us to get together and talk about some of the big issues that the legislature is grappling with. And sometimes we don't put in the time for real thoughtful conversation adequately. So I appreciate the fact that you're doing that. And that's why I always heed the call when Tony says, hey, you want to participate in one of these conversations. So thank you again for your interest in this issue. And I look forward to working with the board as we all try to work together to ensure that hydrogen becomes an important part of California's path toward a cleaner energy future.
Thank you, Senator. I'm glad you were able to log in with us, especially since we heard earlier from the chair here, Senator Archuleta, on some of these issues and bills. I know he's working with several, and I know you're open to work with us as well. We're hoping we could, after we hear from several of the other speakers and stakeholders and folks that are in the industry today, that we can come up or craft some legislation that we can get both of you on board with and participate and hopefully move forward. One, to expedite the issue, but then two, to hopefully incentivize some of these issues that we're talking about to make it attractive for both the public and the private sector to come together to really move this thing along. Because like you mentioned, and we've heard from other speakers already, this is just one tool. Obviously, there's others that are being looked at. But at the end of the day, I think if we're having this partnership, especially with the senators, our assembly members, and of course the governor on this issue, we hopefully could move this thing a lot quicker and one efficient with less obstacles put by, at least by the government up here, to make sure this thing happens in a very expeditious way. With that, let me turn to my board and see if it looks like we'll start again with our Deputy Controller. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Senator Allen, good to see you again. We just had Senator Archuleta, good 1-2 punch right there, back to back, and it gets me excited about the future of hydrogen in California as well. We think about this pot, right? We have this pot of money for something so new like this, and the federal government's put $1.2 billion. I believe the state of California is adding another $2 billion, but it's really going to be the private sector that's going to carry this through and through, and I think that we're asking for about $9-10 billion from them. So how can we, as a state, reach out to potential private investors and just let them know that, hey, California is open for business when it comes to hydrogen production?
Yeah, obviously the hydrogen hub, Arches, there's very significant public investment going on into this. And so that I think sends a really serious signal about how serious we are about this area of work. But obviously, the more we can do to reach out and engage with the private sector, the better. I think it's part of all the work that you're doing today. I think the select committee that Archuleta chairs and that I'm a part of will be doing some of that work, but I think also engaging with GoBiz and some of the folks from the governor's office, your office as well, the controller's office, I think could play an important role in this. Ultimately, but I do think I think that actions speak louder than words. And while an outreach campaign is important, the money that we're putting up is so significant. The other thing I'll mention is just the fact that we've got these 45V federal tax credits that I mentioned that provide uncapped tax credits for clean hydrogen production, up to $3 per kilogram of hydrogen produced, with higher credits granted to lower carbon intensive hydrogen. That's a very significant tax credit, and I think that that making sure that private companies know that that's out there for them to take advantage of is a part of that outreach effort that you mentioned.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you. And with that, let me go with my man of chair. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Senator. Appreciate your input always. You have a very thoughtful approach to everything that you do. And my question is around the pipelining and the issue that it sounds like was struggled with on 1425 about adequate pipelining. Is that issue, from your reading of the tea leaves, going to be something that the federal government will continue to have a footprint in as things go forward?
Well, I'm hopeful that some of the federal money will help us address that issue. The investments, some of the investments into the R&D that are happening at the University of California through Arches and elsewhere need to go toward the improvements of technology. So everything from flammability, stability, monitoring, tightening up the pipelines against leakage, those kinds of things. Unfortunately, we have a new president that maybe is going to be less concerned about the climate impacts of this type of work. Though there are others that are going to be close to him that will still care. So I don't know what this means in terms of, I don't know what the new federal government means in terms of that particular issue involving leakage and pipelining. But I know it's certainly something that we care a lot about as a state, and we're going to be really pushing both the folks on the research side and on the private sector side to really take it seriously, because I think it's probably the most significant aspect of of ensuring, well, of ensuring that this really doesn't cause more trouble on the distribution side than it should, from a greenhouse gas perspective. There's a lot of talk about the production, right? The green, all the different colors: green, hydrogen, blue, gray, brown, etc. And that's important, right? We don't want to have a supposedly clean burning fuel that's produced using very dirty methods. But similarly, we've got to make sure that we're putting adequate investment into ensuring that the distribution of the gas is done in a way that's not going to harm, that's not going to contribute to our greenhouse gas challenges. So that's going to be an important part of our investment. But also, quite frankly, I mean, on the regulatory side, on the policy side, we're going to continue to push to ensure that everybody involved in this effort is taking this issue seriously and putting in the necessary investments into improvements in technology to ensure that it doesn't contribute to our greenhouse gas challenges.
Mm-hmm. And second question, on the topic of capturing the intermittent sources where there isn't a good place to store the energy and it can't go into the Western Donut, et cetera. And how far along are those conversations about producing hydrogen from those sources?
Yeah, the conversations are very far along. I think everybody really sees it as a great opportunity for use of excess energy. I mean, even 2 years ago, I had a long conversation with the head of with Marty from the former head of LADWP about this, and they're really excited. I mean, they want to store. They want to use storage in these salt mines that they have in Utah, and then use high days when we're going to have excess electricity to do the hydrolysis and produce. So the conversations are far along. I mean, the challenge, of course, is the logistics, right? We're still quite a ways away toward having the system in place for an effective, for sort of the smart, the smart transitions of both power production and power use that we all want and know that we need. But in the end of the day, you think about how much the technology is improving, even on smart grids, even over the last few years. And I think we all just feel pretty good that with really smart people working on this and with AI support, we'll be able to push a more seamless, climate-friendly, both production and use system. But we're still a ways away in terms of the actual implementation. But to answer your question very directly, the conversations are certainly very developed. But it's now a matter of turning those goals, those ambitions into reality through technology and the infrastructure.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
All right, if we could just be mindful of the time, another 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you.
We have a last one here from my Senator Gaines.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate you, Senator Allen, and your continued engagement with the BOE and our opportunity to work together in the legislature, and that goes for Senator Archuleta, too. Appreciate you being here. I think we have great opportunities to work together in the future. But in reference to the hydrogen, I did have a question. Do you think that there will be separate paths for electric versus hydrogen in terms of how we use it within our economy? I like a free market. I like the ability to compete, but we're also talking about the future and trying to direct the future in a particular way. We're using federal dollars to do that. Can you opine on that?
Yeah, I think so. So in the end of the day, these are different sources of energy that work differently and more efficaciously for different types of uses, right? So we know that, let's say, long haul aviation, we are so far away from, mind-blowingly far away from a real. From being able to fly to London from California on a electric plane. That's just that's not something that is that's in our near future. Flying, by the way, between San Francisco and LA or Sacramento and LA on an electric plane is potentially within our near future. But for long haul aviation, we're very far away from it. So hydrogen is a really great potential use for that type of transportation need. Marine shipping, again, a really interesting, really potentially transformative use for hydrogen. Primary steel production. I mean, these are things that require massive amounts of steady, stable, strong power that go way beyond what we have in a, way beyond what you need to power a car.
Sure.
Right. So I think what you're going to see is of an increased focus on those areas where hydrogen can really give us the biggest bang for buck in terms of climate benefit, as we try to transition away from the traditional fossil fuels. And it's I think at least from my best read of the science and the technology, it's in those areas where you're going to see where we ought to have more focus on hydrogen than on electricity.
Okay, good. And then just the final question, because I'm always concerned about how you implement this and the impact it has on kind of everyday people. So, for instance, if we're talking truckers, right now there are like mileage thresholds that have been put in place for internal combustion motors for truckers, right? And so their transition is going to go to electric, and I don't think the technology is fully baked. So I guess that would be also a concern that I would have with hydrogen or any new technologies that we're introducing, that the kind of average individual can figure out how to implement that in their business and still be successful, right? We don't want to put folks out of business. There's a lot of small operators as it relates to trucking and ports, for instance. It's a big deal.
And I would also say, right, it has to be fully baked from an engineering perspective, from a logistical perspective in terms of being able to scale the products, the trucks, et cetera. It also has to be fully baked from a climate perspective, because why would we be going through all the rigmarole of shifting everybody to these new energy sources if they're not providing a concomitant climate benefit? If you're just, we can electrify till the cows come home, but if we're producing all of our electric power using coal, as they do in some parts of the country, what benefit have we accrued? All we've done is created a lot of hassle for a lot of small businesses and everybody else without a lot of climate benefit. So again, we got to be thinking on every level here. And I think that's part of the analysis we have to go through with hydrogen, just as we have to with any energy source.
Great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator, and great to see you on the screen. I'll see you back home here soon. But as we move forward, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with your office as well as Senator Bob Archuleta as we look at possible legislation after we hear from several of the experts a little later today. Thanks again.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Looking forward to listening in.
All righty.
Okay,
I'm looking at the time. We've been going so excited. We're moving fast here.
Yes, we are moving
And I know we
fast
have
along,
speakers
yeah.
that are waiting, right?
Well, yes, we do have some speakers who are waiting, but we need to take a break.
Yes.
So we're trying to make a decision if we're going to go to lunch right now because it's noon, or to take a 10-minute break and come back. I believe Ms. Stowers is speaking with your team to find out which avenue we're going to go.
I'll leave it up to you, the stenographer. I'm looking at her hammering away over there. What's your preference?
Lunch.
Yeah.
You want to do lunch?
Yes.
All right, because it's noon now.
It's noon now, so we would return at 1 o'clock. 1 hour lunch.
1 hour? Are we good with the speakers that are waiting? Are they? They're. I'm looking at
Mr.
Claude
Parrish is right
Parrish.
here, so yes.
I can do this pretty quick.
Okay, then let's call Mr. Parrish.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. We're going to take a quick 10, 15-minute break
We're going to take it, yeah.
and then come back and Assessor Clark Parrish will do his presentation.
Okay.
That works.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 10-minute lunch?
10 minutes
10
and
a
we'll
break, I'm
come up.
sorry, yeah.
Okay.
12:07.
Thank you. Boom.
local and state assessment issues regarding the hydrogen industry, including for construction and development, production, infrastructure, distribution, and end usage. We're taking the speakers out of order. The next speaker up will be Mr. Young. He's the Deputy Director, Property Tax Department at the Board of Equalization. Mr. Young, you have 15 minutes to make your presentation, which includes board member questions. If you could limit it to 10 minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department here at the board. So I wanted to, first of all, say thank you to the senators that have come and made their fantastic presentation, and to the representative at GoBiz. That was a very enlightening presentation. But what I wanted to concentrate on today for my presentation is actually the property tax implications of this hydrogen hub. So I'm gonna try to discuss it in 4 stages, and there's 4 considerations that I usually look at when something new is gonna come before either our jurisdiction for property, for taxation, or even the counties. And those 4 items are 1, taxability, 2, jurisdiction, 3, the actual assessment of that property, and then the 4th item is the assessment appeals. So it's basically the whole vertical assessment practice in California. So the first issue I will tackle is taxability. So is the property taxable? The California Constitution provides that all property is taxable and is specifically exempt from taxation by law. So the default is everything is taxable. Now we look at, is there anything that would exempt it from being taxable? And the most obvious thing would be if it were actually owned by government, either the state of California, the federal government, any subsection of the state. If it's owned by government, then it's not taxable. So we know that ARCHES is a consortium of public and private concerns. So without having the actual formative documents in front of me, it's going to be really hard for me to tease out what exactly, who owns what and whether any of that fits under government. If it does fit under government, there still is a question of taxability, because it is such the way it's set up, it being a private and a public entity, a consortium, the private side may actually have a possessory interest. This is not a new concept. We've already had a big discussion on this with some of the affordable housing and the JPAs. So what is developed and owned by private, and the private entities that have basically a use in it. If there is enough use in there, then their right to use it is actually a possessory interest, and it is taxable in California. So that's the first issue, taxability. Who owns it? Who's using it? And to what degree are they using it? That will basically form the question to be answered as to whether it's taxable or not. So the second issue I wanted to bring up is jurisdiction. Who picks it up? Whether it's at the county level, or whether the state picks it up as a state assessee and we do the central assessment of it. So for that, in the Constitution, Article 13, Section 19, it defines what we have jurisdiction over. And we have jurisdiction over basically property that falls into 2 categories or 2 buckets. One is if it's inter-county property, that type of species of property, whether it's a canal, a fume, or a pipeline that cross county lines, it falls within the state's jurisdiction to basically pick up and assess. The other way it can be a state assessed property is that if it's being used by certain regulated railways, telephone companies, and companies that actually produce and sell gas or energy or electricity. So those are the two buckets in which they fall in. So if these pipelines cross county lines, it falls within our jurisdiction. If it is deemed that these companies actually produce and sell either gas or electricity, then it also falls within our jurisdiction. If it does not fall in our jurisdiction, then where the property is located within that county assessor, the local assessor, they have jurisdiction, and it's upon them to basically assess. So there is some ramification as to which jurisdiction it falls under. One, if it falls within our jurisdiction, the real property does not fall within Prop 13. It does not get Prop 13 benefits. If it's locally assessed, then it does fall within Prop 13. And I will put a little placeholder there. I'll come back to it in the next issue for taxability, for the actual assessment, and I'll let you know why that's important. So we have taxability, we got to answer that question. We have jurisdiction, exactly where does it belong, locally assessed or central assessment through us, the Board of Equalization. So the third item I wanted to address is the actual assessment of it. So the assessment process actually has 4 steps. Discovery, you gotta know what's being built. Inventory, you gotta figure out what's actually there on the ground. Then the next one is the actual valuation, what is it worth? And the last function of the assessment is the enrollment. You gotta produce a roll, send it to the auditor looks at it, and they go ahead and bill and collect the taxes on that. So the first issue of discovery, how do we know? For state assessed properties, we actually get notification from our partners, CUPC, the CPUC, other agencies. We actually still get some permits, so we know what's being built, what triggers the actual assessment process. The inventory, how do we figure out what's there? We send business property statements to the assessee, and we ask them, what are you building? When did you acquire it? What were the costs associated with it? So that forms basically our inventory. The next step is the valuation. What is it worth? So by our own property tax rules, there's 3 major ways in order to figure out what it's worth. You can go by the market approach, what that property sells for in the market. You can go by the cost approach. You can see how much did they pay, what did they purchase that property at, and then the other approach that's available is the income approach. So you're producing this commodity, whatever it is, what type of income what is your net income? And we take that and we basically turn it into a present value of the income stream, and we figure out what it's worth. So all 3 are applicable. Which one is better? Well, that will actually have to depend on the facts. What do we have the most information on? Which one is most reliable? And how do we either use 1 approach, 2 approach, 3 approach? How do we weigh each approach in coming up with an actual value? And then the last issue is the enrollment. If it's at the local level, they produce their roll and they send it to their local auditor. It goes through their process. It actually gets billed, and it gets billed and collected from the tax collector treasurer's department. For us, we would do the same thing. It would end up on our state assessed roll, which the board hear. You hear the value recommendations, and then you adopt the roll, which we did earlier this year, I believe in June. So those are the 2 different processes. To circle back as to why it is important, I put that placeholder out there, why it's important, which jurisdiction it falls under. So because of Prop 13 not being applicable to the state assessment, if you were looking for tax incentives, which you've already mentioned, that is akin to the solar, That is not an exemption per se. It is an exclusion from new construction. And new construction is a Prop 13 concept. So under state assessment, if you were to pursue an exclusion from new construction, it would not be applicable to state assessment. You could not get it. So that's the most significant takeaway from which jurisdiction does it fall under. And then the last issue I wanted to cover.
Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that?
I certainly will. So one of the key points of this discussion is to explore tax incentives that may help. So one of the analogies you may want to look at is that of the active solar exclusion under Revenue and Taxation Code 73. That is applicable to county assessed property. It is not applicable to state assessment. State assessment for real property, it does not fall under Prop 13. Okay. And then the very last thing I wanted to touch on, the whole vertical assessment and taxation issues. We got jurisdiction, we got taxability jurisdiction assessment. The last one is assessment appeals. If it is locally assessed, the assessment appeals will be heard at the local level through the AAB or their Board of Supervisors sitting as their equalization board. If it's under our jurisdiction and we assess, any of the assessment appeals would come before you as the assembled board to hear. So there are some differences there. And there's more than just where it goes to. There's actually some difference in the application thereof. So if it's before the locals, it's only they only get a trial if they actually hear it and they disagree and they go to the courts. They actually get de novo for matters of law, and everything else is based on administrative record. What was actually discussed during the assessment appeal. If it's before our board, the collective, you up here, if they do not agree with the assessment appeal, their alternative is also to go to court, but the review is de novo. Everything is up for review. So that kind of covers the whole assessment process. It's applicable to whether we assess it or the counties assess it. It's the whole vertical series of events.
Quick question.
Of course.
On the
If we could try to
temporary-
keep the questions to 5 minutes to adhere with the schedule.
Thank you. A temporary fueling station versus a permanent one, and especially the temporaries that might be moving locations, do we tax those, or how does that work?
Whether it's temporary or permanent, it's the same series of questions that we go through. There isn't anything exempting a temporary station. It may make a difference in whether that property is considered real or personality. If it's truly movable, you have to look at the character and the nature and how it's actually set on the ground, how it's used, and you gotta make the call as to whether it's real property or whether it's a personal property.
Any burning questions? I know we gotta move. Go ahead, Deputy Controller.
I'll go quick. We've heard from many presenters.
Yes.
One of the biggest issues is bringing down the cost of hydrogen itself, and that requires bringing in more players into the market, right? You mentioned the active solar exclusion. Should the board also explore a tax credit on hydrogen equipment that produces hydrogen and its potential impact?
That's an excellent question. If it's a tax credit, I try to opine on stuff that falls directly within the property tax realm. Usually tax credits are one of income tax, whether it's a federal or FT or franchise tax board. In my opinion, if you were to explore the full spectrum of it, tax credits would be one of them. Perhaps sales tax, some kind of manufacturing may be an option. You also have, they've already mentioned the production credit of up to $3 per kilogram. That's a federal income tax.
Absolutely. One really last question.
Sure.
Let's just say a hydrogen well, a company comes in and starts drilling down in a hydrogen well, extracts the hydrogen from, and pretty much the land, the useful hydrogen in the land. What happens afterwards if that company gets up, moves its production elsewhere, like all the hydrogen is essentially extracted from that land? What does the board do afterwards? Do we keep data on like this land is essentially not useful for hydrogen anymore after the drilling is done?
There are other agencies that actually basically inventory what minerals and deposits there are in California. We per se don't do so, but our assessment, there are, I know, locally assessed petroleum producing property, and as they basically draw the petroleum out of the ground, they usually get a decrease in their assessment because it's basically property that's being removed. So we don't really keep that type of record. I believe there are other agencies that do.
But there is some type of paperwork process that has to go through the board and pretty much saying that the land is not useful for hydrogen extraction anymore. It's drilled to the max and it's not useful land.
Right now, we don't keep any of it on any of our extractive type properties. It will remain to be seen exactly what the regulatory environment will be when all this is basically said and done. I don't know whether all those questions have been asked yet, but it is a very intriguing question. I know somebody must keep track of it. I just don't know where it falls right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you can get back to me on that too, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you, Member Vasquez.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Gaines, go ahead. Member Gaines.
Just wanted to clarify the point that the infrastructure has to be within county lines, doesn't it, in order to get the tax exemption?
Well, the exclusion from new construction, it has to fall within the jurisdiction of the county assessor.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there's already existing lines out in California that transport hydrogen. Right now, I've done about as complete a review as I can on whether we pick up the assessment, and I can't find where it is. So I'm 99% sure it is actually locally assessed right now because they don't do that. They don't cross county lines.
Okay, but in terms of any sort of enabling legislation to allow an exemption, because I'm not quite sure what our authority is here.
Right.
But let's say we were able to carry legislation to allow an exemption to occur, the exemption would have to occur within county lines or create another statute that would allow something to occur across county lines.
Yeah, yes. Remember when I said what falls under our jurisdiction actually falls into two buckets?
Mm-hmm.
One is that inter-county requirement.
Right.
That if it crosses county. The other one is the type of entity that owns that property. So if it's a telephone company or if it's a regulated utility that we already pick up. So that they don't have to cross county lines. If it's owned by already a state assessee, we have jurisdiction. Excuse me.
Very good. All right, thanks for clarifying that.
Of course.
We all good, Madam Chair?
Okay.
Thank you.
How'd we do? Pretty close, huh?
Okay. Hello again. I'm going to introduce our next speaker is Honorable Claude Parrish, Orange County Assessor. Mr. Parrish.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I have a prepared statement, and I want to thank you and say good morning or good afternoon. It's coming up soon. I want to thank you for having me attend today to provide a county assessor's perspective on the new hydrogen energy industry as it is continuing to grow in our state. I am here to speak about the general property tax consideration on emerging industries like new hydrogen energy and see what we can do to help get it going, or at least to remove any tax burdens. As the other speakers have mentioned, on October 13th, 2023, Governor Newsom announced that the U.S. Department of Energy awarded California $1.2 billion to accelerate the development and deployment of clean, renewable hydrogen energy and a hydrogen hub, H2O hub, statewide for things like hydrogen energy pipelines, storage facilities, fueling stations, liquefaction facilities, and the production of hydrogen-powered trucks and buses. The H2 hubs are concentrated in the urban regions of the state, specifically Los Angeles, Long Beach, Oakland, and San Diego. Orange County is adjacent to some of the largest projects going on at the ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach, and there are a number of active hydrogen fueling stations in my county as well. This includes stations in Irvine, Costa Mesa, Aliso Viejo, and others. The stations are co-located with other kinds of fueling stations. As we have heard from other speakers, there are a number of products that are underway, projects, and we do not want property tax hurdles or uncertainty to be a barrier to development. Here's an example of what we could do to help. Example. As an example of how a property tax provision can incentivize a fledgling renewable energy industry, I am reminded of the solar industry. In 1973, when the solar energy industry was in the early development stages, some legislatures, the industry, and the Board of Equalization helped propose a ballot initiative and legislation that would give a new construction exclusion for the installation of the active solar energy systems. The reason they did is that when something of value is physically added to your real property, the addition is assessed as current market value, and the value is added to the existing base year value of your property, which means your taxes will increase by 1% of the newly added value. Generally, people do not want their property taxes to go up. That's for sure. Which means they would probably not install solar energy systems, especially since property taxes are generally a bigger hit to the budget than energy. So when California voters passed the solar initiative, the new law provided a property tax incentive for the installation of an active solar energy system in the form of a new construction exclusion. It is not an exemption, but an exclusion from reassessment until the property changes ownership. This exclusion took effect, and folks realized that the installation of qualifying solar energy systems would not result in either an increase in the assessment or their property. The solar industry began to take off, period. Now, over 50% of all homes having a solar energy system of some type, since the legislature recently found that this property tax exclusion is no longer necessary, that is, it accomplished its purpose. The law will sunset in 2026. With that in mind, I have a few questions that I believe are important for the board, legislature, and other stakeholders to keep in mind when developing regulations on the new industry. One, are there any unique aspects of the hydrogen industry, whether it be about production, distribution, storage, or use, that will require different property tax interpretations or exclusions? Two, are there incentives that we can consider that have worked for other emerging energy industries in the past, like solar, that may be worth considering? I am raising these questions not because I have the answers right now, but because they are important to keep in mind as we consider incentives and policies in support of the industry. Finally, as this industry begins to develop, I would ask the board to work with California Assessors Association and to issue LTA, letters to assessors, on narrow releases, new news releases related to any progress or issue that are timely. It is important to keep everyone informed in order to get ahead of any potential challenges. This hearing is very helpful as a start in the process, and I am available to assist in any way I can. Thank you for your time. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Appreciate your comments. We have any questions? Oh, it looks like, Member Gaines, you have one?
Just a comment. I just wanted to thank you for making the effort to come up and speak, and appreciate your perspective from an assessor's, county assessor's point of view. So, thank you.
Well, you know, I wanted to say something to add. Thank you for that kind comment. When I was sitting here, I was thinking to myself, gee, I remember when I was a kid and in school, they said, what you're going to do is you're going to get 2 glasses of water, put a cap on them, string a wire to each one, put a battery, and you have to have cathode and anode. One was copper and one was zinc, and you put the little battery in, and unbelievably, bubbles started to form, just gradual bubbles, and one of them was twice the other, H2O, and you had hydrogen and oxygen. That's how simple it was. I got a big kick out of it. I don't know if you've ever done it as a kid, but it was a lot of fun. Well, I'm here to help you in any way I can, and thank you for the courtesy of allowing me to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We're
Unless
looking
there's
forward,
any questions.
especially to working with you and with your incoming new president of the association.
Yes, we have one every year. He's a good man. He's
He is.
full of fun. He always has a joke, you know.
He does.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All righty, so we are up to our lunch break right now, so it's 12:36. We'll take 1 hour to 1:36. Thank you. It looks like we're ready to begin.
Thank
Okay.
you. We will go ahead and reconvene at 1:38. Ms. Cicchetti, I believe we have our speakers in the audience.
Yeah, let me
Call up the
introduce
item.
the item, and let's get ourselves going here this afternoon. Item 25, Industry Perspective, Progress, Challenges, and Recommendations. Presentation and discussion of the hydrogen market from various stakeholder perspectives, including industrial production, transportation, storage, and the end use. Our first speaker is unavailable at this time, so we're going to go to our second speaker on this item, Eleanor Torres, Managing Director of Strategic Advocacy, Port of Long Beach. Ms. Torres, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. The board members will have 5 minutes to ask you questions. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Welcome. If I may please have my slide presentation deck up. The Port of Long Beach is the second largest container port in the United States. We move about $200 billion with a B dollars worth of cargo annually and support over 2.5 million jobs throughout the nation. Excellent. That's the slide I need. Thank you. The zero slide, one back. As the Port of Long Beach works to become a zero-emission port, we have a signature commitment to decarbonization that we call ZERO. And ZERO has 2 E's. It stands for Zero Emissions Energy Resilient Operations. This is where we coalesce all of our efforts at the port and beyond to achieve a carbon-neutral future. We know that battery electric zero-emission systems and technology have their place, but they also have their limitations. So we expect clean hydrogen to be a big part of the solution. Next slide, please. Ports in California are aggressively pursuing zero-emission and decarbonization goals to meet community health, regional air quality, and climate change needs. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach together established goals in 2006 to get to zero emissions for terminal equipment by 2030 and on-road trucks, drayage trucks, by 2035. We will need every tool in the toolbox to be able to get there. Building a robust hydrogen ecosystem in California, as ARCHES is aiming to do, will be critical for our success. For many years, the ports and our terminals have been demonstrating innovative zero-emission equipment in port-related operations, as we are learning about technology suitability in various applications. For some heavy-duty, hard-to-decarbonize operations, we have found that hydrogen fuel cell equipment may be better suited to meet the demands. Hydrogen fueling operations are similar to the existing fueling operations today, reducing the need to change terminal layouts or modify operational cycles to accommodate extended charging times. This also allows for flexibility to move equipment as needed, because you aren't locked into the locations where electrical infrastructure is located. Hydrogen technologies can also be suitable for a wide range of applications to meet various operational demands over extended ranges and for different equipment types. And there is less cost and operational disruption to install the needed fueling infrastructure as compared to electrical upgrades for charging and grid-connected equipment. Hydrogen can also be more reliable. For example, when the state experiences extreme heat waves, ports are often asked to not plug in our vessels, and we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in shore power. Grid reliability is critical to preventing cargo disruptions at our ports. Next slide, please. Today, we are seeing hydrogen fuel cell equipment being demonstrated in terminal operations and deployed on the roads in port drayage. Fuel cell yard tractors began testing in our complex back in 2019. Fuel cell top handlers, including retrofit technologies, began testing in 2022. Fuel cell conversion for rubber-tired gantry cranes have recently begun testing. And we have fuel cell trucks serving both the ports. Ports of Long Beach, Los Angeles, and Oakland, as you heard earlier today by Tyson Eckerly, have all requested substantial funding through ARCHES for deployment of fuel cell equipment in the terminals and the necessary fueling systems to support their operations. And we are very grateful to have been selected as Tier 1 partners to ARCHES. Next slide, please. This is a photo here about 2 years ago in 2022 when the Port of Long Beach brought the ARCHES team to the complex to start the era of hydrogen in the maritime industry. So much has happened since in that short amount of time. ARCHES funding will act as seed money to support the robust deployment of hydrogen fuel cell cargo handling equipment, as well as mobile hydrogen fueling trucks or stations and in-time drayage trucks. The hydrogen technologies and infrastructure that we develop will also put us on the path to decarbonize tugboats, locomotives, and other vehicles used to move cargo, even ocean-going vessels. We're working with ARCHES to enter into a subcontract agreement for $150 million for projects just at Port of Long Beach alone. And we, the Port of Long Beach, will match for a total of $300 million. POLA, Port of Los Angeles, is also working with that same amount for its terminals. We'll be working with our terminal operators on projects spread around the port to purchase cargo handling equipment, such as the top handlers, rubber-tired gantry cranes, and yard tractors, all powered by fuel cells. And this will include all the necessary fueling infrastructure. We're still in discussions about community benefits that were discussed earlier. Port of Long Beach prides itself on being a community partner for decades. We have a robust community benefits program that includes a $65 million commitment to the community to support community grants to combat the effects of pollution. To date, we have allocated $45 million of that fund. We also provide $250,000 annually in scholarships for high school and college students, $3 million annually in event sponsorships for community organizations. We host and uplift the workforce community by hosting academies at our local high schools. And we also offer high school internships and college internships. And together with the Port of Los Angeles, we're equal partners in constructing a goods movement training campus, where much of this new technology in zero emissions, including hydrogen fuel cell technology, will be tested, and labor will be trained on this new equipment there. Next slide. The next slide is a snapshot of what today our numbers look like when it comes to our zero emission truck fleet. There are 23,000 trucks registered that do business at the San Pedro Bay Ports Complex, so both LA and Long Beach. In April 2022, we launched our Clean Truck Fund Rate, which will aid in the deployment of zero-emission trucks and infrastructure at the nation's largest port complex. Essentially, cargo owners pay a $10 per TEU, 20 equivalent unit container for loaded containers hauled by non-zero emission drayage trucks in and out of the container terminals at both ports. To date, Port of Long Beach alone— 2 minutes remaining. Thank you. Port of Long Beach has collected $91 million through the first 30 months of that rate. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates some of the future applications that we hope to utilize hydrogen for, including locomotives, hovercraft, vessels, power systems, resilience and grid support, as well as shoreside and dredging support, dredging power. Next slide, please. I did just want to bring to your attention some of the challenges that we do have with the transition. And one of it is being cost. Cost is very high to transition to all of this new technology. New trucks can cost zero or hydrogen fuel cell, can cost anywhere between $400,000 and $500,000. And when you have an independent truck driver that's making maybe on average $75,000, You add sales tax, vehicle license tax, insurance, and then if they're receiving a subsidy from the state of California or from the port through our Clean Truck Rate Program, all of a sudden they're in a higher tax bracket. It's not free money. And so that is, I think, an area that needs some exploration. And I will end and say, what the board has done in the past, in the 1970s, with solar has just been exceptional. We recently completed a community survey to assess the community's awareness and acceptance of certain ZE projects. And hydrogen was measuring at about the 55 percentile of very favorable. But solar was in the high 70s. And that is because of the work that the board has done in the past to socialize it, to make it a reality. And that's definitely what is needed for hydrogen. We need to pull, it's an all-government approach, looking at it from the tax base also, from income and sales tax, how we can make this a reality for California. And happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that overview. I really appreciate it. As you were talking about the costs, especially to do the transformation, basically, from, I guess, because you guys have been doing real good on the solar and the electric side. Everything that you've done in the port, and I think somebody mentioned earlier that many of the, not only the vehicles, but just the equipment is now being transferred over, and some is using hydrogen. Is there anything that we should be aware of on the tax credit side moving forward that maybe was a stumbling block when they were looking at it from the solar to electric, and now as we're looking at hydrogen?
I think when it comes to tax credits for the private companies that we do business with our terminal, marine terminal operators, and then the actual manufacturers of the products, tax credits that aren't too restrictive. The intention for us to go to zero emissions is good, and we need to get there. But sometimes people want to get there, go 0 to 100 and get there right away. And in that process, we overlook near zero options that will improve emissions today, as opposed to completely eliminating emissions maybe 20 years from now. And so any tax credits that are too restrictive on the type of technology that qualifies could have consequences that aren't intended.
And I know you guys have partnered also with Toyota and incorporating this, I guess they call it the tri-gen system. Give us a little background on that. That's kind of interesting how that all works.
Yes, so the tri-gen system at Toyota is very unique. It's one of a kind in the nation. Basically, they produce green hydrogen. They also produce renewable electricity and usable water converted from biogas. And what they do is over 20,000 vehicles come through imported at the port. And before the vehicles are sent off, mostly Mirais, the hydrogen fuel cell Mirai, before they're sent out throughout the United States, they're also serviced and cleaned and washed, and everything is done in a sustainable, renewable way. They found the key. They are able to thrive, be successful, and make money, and also do the right thing and be environmentally forward-thinking. We're honored to have them there at the Port of Long Beach. And I think it goes back to our zero policy. You know, they walk the walk. They don't just produce a hydrogen fuel cell car. They try to do it in the greenest, most possible way, and that's what the port is also striving to do with our operations.
Thank you. The last question before I turn it back to my members here is moving forward, where do you see possibly some of the barriers as we're looking at moving towards this hydrogen technology?
I think some of the barriers include funding. All of this equipment is very expensive. I think also, there is concern possibly with how climate funding may be available or not be available at the federal level with the new administration. So we're watching that very, very closely, but it's not going to hinder us to keep moving forward. Driving the cost down of hydrogen per unit and the cost of vehicles, that is really critical. We need to prove that it's a viable option here. The benefit of having arches be a part of the ports is tremendous for the state of California because of the volume of cargo that we move and the amounts of equipment that we move. We're an excellent test bed to see if this equipment, vehicles, are really commercially viable. And if we work out the kinks here, it stretches out any state or federal dollars that are then expended to other projects because we will have already tested and worked out all of the problems.
Sounds good. Let me turn it to my board. I think Deputy Controller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. You mentioned a little bit in your presentation. I want to talk about water use. And water is always going to be an issue in drought-stricken California. So when you're producing hydrogen at the Port of Long Beach, where's this water coming from? Do you have water storage facilities on site?
So the production of hydrogen isn't taking place on other parts of the terminal. That's just the water that I referenced was for the Toyota facility, but we do not currently produce hydrogen on our terminals at the complex.
Understood. And I also wanted to talk about workers training. We were hearing in earlier presentations like targeting high school students and college students, but I'm very concerned about the workers currently that are working across California, for example, at the Port of Long Beach, Kern County, Contra Costa County. These are hardworking people that have always stepped up and fueled our state. So as we're going to transition into this new energy portfolio, in your opinion, do you see this transition being with the skill set that workers currently have, or do they have to go through more training to ensure they have job security?
So because hydrogen fueling is very similar to diesel or other fueling, the transition in terms of training should be very seamless. The also positive aspect of it is we're always trying to protect human-operated jobs. And hydrogen really opens up a wide door in protecting jobs in the port industry and the goods movement industry. But like any profession, and as we move forward to a zero-emission future, training, education is critical across the board. And we're making those significant investments to meet that challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, there's always been a huge concern. Anytime you make a huge overhaul or transition, making sure that these workers that have been busting their butts for so long have a place to call home and have a good way to make a living. My very, very last question, in regards to heavy-duty trucks, if your fueling stations are working at full capacity, how many of these fuel cell vehicles can be filled up in a day? And in the future, will there be an option for fueling at home?
I unfortunately can't speak to that number, but the turnaround time is significantly faster with fuel cell technology than a truck having to, even with the supercharger, with a maybe 250-mile range, having to sit there for 30 minutes to a couple hours, and also having to stop in the middle of their route as well. So it definitely has options, advantages for speed and easeability of doing the fueling.
Can you give me a ballpark number, how much minutes it takes?
I would have to, I believe it's under 30 minutes is my understanding to fuel.
For how much, 250 miles, 400 miles of range?
About 250-mile range.
Got it, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes remaining.
Anybody else? I think, Senator, Member Gaines has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Torres. Appreciate your presentation. And I was looking at your PowerPoint. You had mentioned on that 23,000 trucks had been registered. Now, are those hydrogen vehicles that are in operation? So, okay.
Yeah, no, and unfortunately, so I think on there I have a breakdown of the current breakdown. No, 23,000 of those trucks, we do have to abide by CARB regulations now. So they have to meet certain standards in order for them to do business behind our gates.
Okay.
So we are making progress. About a little under 500 of those trucks are hydrogen fuel cells that have converted to zero emission. The majority are battery electric. We're finding that the farther range, those that require a greater distance, are utilizing the hydrogen fuel cell technology.
Okay.
Yeah, also because of weight too. Weight is going to be a huge issue. You can't, the extra weight that the battery electric technology provides is, it's going to damage our roads, cause, we already have damage, right, to all of our roads and potholes and things like that. And then it adds to the weight of the containers, the cargo that you're adding onto the truck. So hydrogen fuel alleviates those issues.
Oh, okay. Good to know. And then you had mentioned the cost of a hydrogen truck at $400,000 to $500,000. Do you know what that is relative to diesel?
So you can get a used diesel truck for under $100,000 and a newer diesel truck for about $125,000 to $150,000. So a significant difference in cost.
And do you see the cost of the hydrogen trucks dropping over time?
Most definitely, with more tax incentives and more demonstrations, we will definitely see the cost drop.
Yeah, okay. Again, I'm just concerned about if you're that independent trucker, how do you make that leap? How do you make that transition? So, but thank you. I appreciate your presentation.
You're welcome. And I invite you all to come and tour the port any given time. If you do field hearings, we have beautiful facilities there. We'd be very proud to accommodate a hearing at the Port of Long Beach.
I'm sure staff would love to go down there as I look at.
It's not rainy, it's sunny there.
Thank you. No, thank you for your, your time and coming up here and sharing that with us. I think it's real helpful as we move forward. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you as we look to craft some legislation to make sure that we're covering all the issues that you raised as well.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day. Thank you.
All righty. We go to our next speaker,
Yes.
Jackie Birdsale, Senior Engineering Manager of Fuel Cell Integration Group, Toyota North America. She's on remote.
Oh, I see, okay.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Wonderful. Just like to confirm that you can see my screen and hear my voice.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Chair, Board, members of the board, staff members if you're there in the audience. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about some of the activities in the hydrogen and fuel cell space that Toyota is conducting. I think you're making a great first step here when we talk about barriers. I think the first one is education. So really learning what we're doing in this wonderful state and then going from there to make some effective legislation. So as a bit of background, in 2015, Toyota launched our Environmental Challenge 2050, which included a reduction in carbon related to the vehicle fleet themselves, building the vehicles, our manufacturing facilities, reducing our water usage, increasing our recyclability, and improving our harmony with nature. And it's important to start with this because this is something we started in 2015, and it's a global vision of Toyota, regardless of administration in any of the countries in which we operate. So we are committed to decarbonization. And the way that we address this in our vehicle fleet is through electrification. For us, this means a combination of hybrid electric, plug-in hybrid electric, battery electric, and fuel cell electric. And this then gives the customer the opportunity to choose the powertrain that works best for their lifestyle. And so to that end, in 2015, we launched here in California the 2015 Toyota Mirai. And Mirai in Japanese actually means the future. So we saw this as a vehicle that could really help us achieve our zero emission vehicle targets. We had been at the time developing this vehicle for almost 30 years. So this is a full production vehicle that we not only lease, but sell to the customers and have over 12,000 on the road now. Then in 2021, we launched our second generation Mirai. I actually purchased this vehicle when it came out. I wanted to drive zero emission. Only opportunities for us then were the battery electric BZ4X or the Toyota Mirai. And for me, thanks to the good work at the state of California, I live within about 10 minutes of 3 hydrogen fueling stations. And so I go to the nearest hydrogen fueling station, takes about 5 minutes to refill. And I personally get 330 miles on a fill in my own Mirai. And so the Mirai takes advantage of a lot of the common components that we have in hybrid and plug-in hybrid and battery electric vehicles. There's so many similar electrified, high voltage components, the power control unit, the battery itself, the electric drive motor. So it's not like they're competing technologies. They're actually synergistic technologies. When we launch one and build more of one, it drops the cost of components and it really benefits all of our electrified portfolio. The only thing unique to the Mirai is that instead of having, for example, gasoline tanks, you have hydrogen tanks that you see here. Again, takes about 5 minutes to refill. And here we're combining the hydrogen and oxygen to create water. That is then the only byproduct that goes out the tailpipe. And the byproduct of that reaction, besides water, is the electricity that then drives the electric motor directly. So we don't store electricity in the battery, we store the energy in the hydrogen and we create electricity from that. So as you heard from Eleanor, this allows us to get a lot more energy content into these hydrogen tanks for less weight than we would for an equivalent battery vehicle. Now, I work out of the hydrogen headquarters that's located in Gardena, which is in Los Angeles. It's a group of business people, legislative outreach, and then mostly engineers that look to solve any of our climate problems with fuel cell and hydrogen technology. And so back in 2016, we we're thinking a lot of people in our office work at or live in Long Beach, which is the 9th largest port in the world, the 1st largest port in the US. Because of that, there's just a tremendous amount of diesel pollution attributed to not only the diesel semis going in and out, but also to the vehicles operating within the port. The heavy duty trucks that are operating in this region, they resulting in about 40% of the mobile source emissions. And so what we see from this is, higher rates of cancer, poor air quality. And so we thought, well, we have this great technology. At the time we launched our first generation Mirai, we understand that it's a commercial technology, our customers love it. Could we use that same technology and put it into a Class 8 semi and pull 80,000 pounds of cargo with zero emissions? So we actually took it to our management, and they said, no, we're Toyota, we don't build trucks. What are you guys doing? So then we went and bought a Kenworth chassis anyways, and without anyone knowing about it, we gutted 2 of our first gen Mirais. We shoved the systems into this Kenworth chassis, and we built the world's first ever fuel cell electric truck. And that really captured the attention of the world. Everyone said, okay, this makes a lot of sense. These trucks refill in 15 minutes. They get 200 to 300 miles of all electric range. They're quiet, they're fast because they have that electric motor. Most importantly, they're zero emission. So then we built one more. In the back right, you can see what we call beta. So front one's alpha, back one's beta, pulling the 6 Mirai. And then to the left is the ocean trucks, which we were actually operating around the ports of Long Beach, ports of LA, to demonstrate that this was a real technology. And that, again, is thanks in part to the state of California, who helped to fund this project to demonstrate that this was a real thing that we could do. So here you see a lineup of the 10 trucks that were operating around the port to give us really good data and to ultimately launch us into a place where, as Toyota, we were comfortable building a production commercial strategy around these trucks. Even though, again, this is not what we do. We don't build trucks. But here you can see at our Toyota manufacturing Kentucky plant, we have a new system that we've built that's specifically for integration into the truck. So it fits under the cab, meant to completely replace the diesel engine of a truck. You combine that with however much hydrogen storage you need to get the range that the customer wants. And we have actually started production on this system in TMMK. Now, when we talk about hurdles, I think it's maybe no no secret that Besides the high initial cost of any new technology, right? So that's both battery electric and fuel cell electric. This is just new technology. Nascent technology is going to inherently be more expensive than our established technologies. Infrastructure is really the key. And this is a station that's located in Fountain Valley down here in Los Angeles. It has these 4 fueling dispensers. It can fill one Mirai after another every 5 minutes. It's at this Arco station. It's the exact same customer experience that our customers are used to with their traditional vehicles, but in this case now with zero emissions.
3
so
minutes
this is what we kind of
remaining.
see as the future. I hear you. Thank you. And this is what we need to get in place for not only light duty market, but medium duty and heavy duty. And I'll say we have a lot of issues with these around permitting, around incentivizing these station owners to want to put in these dispensers. I mean, these can be a headache. They can get long lines at their station of hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. So we really need to do a better job of incentivizing building out these stations the same way as we get away from battery electric vehicles that are being owned by people with single family homes that can charge at home. We need to start to really build out the charging network as well in a way that's robust and redundant. A few kind of good items. One is standardized nozzles receptacles. So every hydrogen station can fill every hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle in the world. I'll skip over this. This is the fuel cell energy plant that you guys already heard about. We use biogas from Central California. We create hydrogen, water, and electricity for our facility. So this isn't using water. This is actually creating water through a high temperature fuel cell. We looked around the port, thought, what else can we decarbonize? What else can we move to zero emission? As you already saw, we built this utility tractor rig that has been successfully operating around the port and pulling our own parts, as well as this top pick handler. And then we took this same technology, we packaged it into a box, which we so creatively called Mirai in a Box. We use this to power our battery electric or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles where the grid is not available for many reasons I'm sure you're familiar with. We took that same technology, scaled it up to make a fully sustainable microgrid. So this is a 1 megawatt fuel cell here on the bottom left. This is in Colorado at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And what we're demonstrating here is that they are using the wind or the solar directly when the electrical demand is there. When it's not, they use a Nel electrolyzer. They create hydrogen. They store it in these hydrogen tubes. And then they use our fuel cell later to create the electricity to meet the demand when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing. This can be used for backup diesel generators, for offshore power, all different types of applications. Again, hydrogen's a fantastic energy storage mechanism. So we think this is just the start of our decarbonization efforts. I want to thank you all so much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And we just heard earlier from the Port of Long Beach, and they shared this tri-gen system that's working with you and with your company, Toyota. And moving forward, I was wondering if there's anything you could share with us, and you kind of touched on it already, of some of the things maybe we need to look at to, one, incentivize and hopefully eliminate some of these obstacles moving forward. Because I know, well, I guess you kind of hit it when you were saying, obviously, you need more stations throughout. Because I was able to test drive your Mirai when you first came out. I think it was back in 2015. And we actually have a station in Santa Monica, and it's real quick to fill it up. I mean, it took just a couple minutes. But, they're far and few apart right now.
That's right. Yeah. Well, first of all, we need to get you in a Gen 2 because that was a Gen 1.
Yeah.
And we have made significant improvements. So please, you or your staff members are welcome to come to our facility in Gardena. Love to give you a ride, show you all the equipment that we have there and the great work that the team in Gardena is doing. But yeah, I think, kind of similar to what we've heard before, funding is a big issue. Of the zero emission infrastructure funding available in the state of California, only about 10% goes to hydrogen. The rest goes to charging infrastructure. So there is an inequity in building out the infrastructure as far as funding. We've been working with the California Energy Commission, the California Air Resources Board on the low carbon fuel standards. So we think that will help to incentivize building out bigger stations, because a mistake we made early on was we built small stations to try to really make the most of our investment. and quickly the demand exceeded the supply. So that's a lesson that we learned. I think, luckily you're located here in a state that has more experience than literally anyone else in the world when it comes to building out hydrogen infrastructure and how to do so effectively. So I think working with people you've already heard from, GoBiz, the ports, I think Hyla will be speaking next, and they have a lot of experience as well with infrastructure. So I am not in any means an infrastructure expert. My forte is all on the demand side, but I'm happy to work with you and your team and brainstorm some ways to help make this happen.
Appreciate it. Let me see if there's it looks like we do have some questions. The Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I want to thank Toyota and yourself for your presentation today. I have a question here. Has Toyota worked on internal combustion engines using hydrogen? And what is the good and negative things with this approach?
Excellent question. We have in Japan only, and particularly for racing applications. I'd say that the benefits of the IC is that we can use a lot of our existing manufacturing facilities, as you can imagine. It's a very different manufacturing process to build an internal combustion engine than a fuel cell engine. So that's good. The downside, unfortunately, is that it's much less efficient than a fuel cell. So a fuel cell is all electric. So you're going to take a huge hit on your range. You're going to use a lot more hydrogen to go the same distance with the IC as you would with a fuel cell. And also, since there is still combustion, it's not technically a zero emission vehicle. So those would be the kind of, there's some benefits and downfalls there, but it's definitely something worth investigating more.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up with diesel engines, can that also run on hydrogen?
It would be kind of same image as moving from gasoline to diesel, or excuse me, gasoline to hydrogen is diesel to hydrogen. Absolutely. Yep, you can combust hydrogen in either. So we can take advantage of the facilities. I know a lot of the large truck manufacturers are actually pushing for that. But again, we really need to find a way to make them more efficient. If these vehicles are going to be going long distances, we need to figure out how to get more hydrogen on board.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Birdsall. Appreciate your presentation. And I was just curious on this retrofit, if you were able to just replace basically the diesel motor in a heavy-duty truck and convert it to hydrogen, do you know what that cost would be?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not. So I'm sorry, are you feeling, so you're referring to replacing it with a fuel cell?
Yeah, take the diesel motor out and put the fuel cell in.
Yeah. Yeah, great question. So as you already heard from Eleanor, you're looking at $400,000 or $500,000, depending on the truck maker. It's significantly more expensive than diesel right now. So that is something we need to really help incentivize truck operators. If we're regulating them to move to zero emission trucks, then we really need to help them foot that bill. Luckily, once they foot that initial bill, the costs do go down because the operational costs are significantly decreased. But unfortunately, it's not as easy as taking out the diesel motor and putting in the fuel cell. That was initially kind of our thought. But then what happens is, you need to have your hydrogen supply system, right? So you have your hydrogen tanks, you have your battery, because fuel cell vehicles also have batteries because they don't store electricity, they just produce it. So if you're making any excess electricity, like from a generator, like if you're braking, you want to store that. So they have batteries, they have electric motors, they have cooling systems, they have the fuel cell. And if you try to just pop a fuel cell into there in a hydrogen tank, there's too much intricacies of how the systems need to talk to one another and ensure that that power request, that all the communication between the systems are running smoothly. So that was initially our intention, was to do exactly what you're referring to from an engineering perspective. What we found out was it was not possible, and so now we have to provide the entire powertrain, which is the fuel cell engine itself, the electric motor, the battery, and the hydrogen tanks. And that way we can control how all of that system is operating with each other. It's kind of more like a computer system in a truck chassis than just the old mechanical way that we used to do things.
Yeah, but I guess the other pathway would be to retrofit. I mean, I test drove a BMW 7 Series, and it was internal combustion.
That's right.
But it was hydrogen. And
Yep.
they told me when I drove it that, it was a water emission coming out of the tailpipe.
Yes, yeah, I actually drove that same vehicle.
Oh, okay.
And there's a reason why BMW has moved to fuel cell technology. Again, unfortunately, it's just the limitations of internal combustion. You're just not going to get the efficiencies and therefore the range that a lot of customers need using internal combustion of hydrogen. That isn't to say all customers. It's just to say for the targets that we are investigating right now, for us, it makes more sense to do fuel cell technology and get advantage of those high efficiencies versus burning the hydrogen.
Okay. And is there a venting issue? At least they had brought that up when I test drove the BMW, that you had to be careful on the venting. Like storage.
You have a great memory.
Storage
Yes.
within a garage.
Absolutely.
So has
Yes,
that been resolved?
Not for so that system was a liquid hydrogen system, and
Okay.
liquid hydrogen is only a liquid at a cryogenic level. So we're talking like minus 423 degrees, right? So the second that you put it in a normal situation, it's going to start to vaporize and vent. That is why all of our systems use gaseous hydrogen.
Okay.
We do not have a venting issue with gaseous hydrogen, but with liquid hydrogen, yes, that is still an issue that we're trying to overcome.
So that's not an issue with the Mariah.
Correct, nor
Yeah.
with any of the products
Okay.
any of the products I just showed you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation.
Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you for your time, and we'll look forward to working with you as we move forward.
Same to you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
All righty. Who do we have next?
Yes, our next speaker that we have is Jason Coble, Head of Hydrogen Strategy and Development, Nikola Motor Company. Mr. Coble, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board members for this opportunity. Can everyone hear me okay?
You're loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I'm going to share a presentation with this team. And final check, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Excellent. Again, thank you so much for your time. Jason Coble, Head of Strategy and Development at Nikola. For those who don't know, we were founded in 2015. We're headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona, and we have a manufacturing facility in Coolidge, Arizona. We do manufacture 2 Class 8 vehicles, and those vehicles are both a battery electric vehicle and a fuel cell electric vehicle. We launched the battery electric in 2022, and then we launched the fuel cell vehicle in 2023. What's unique about Nikola is that we also have an infrastructure business that I represent, which is our business called Hyla, which is our energy brand. We used to say we had the chicken and the egg. With respect to Toyota, they have a much better phrase, which is the flowers and the bees, meaning we get to actually build the infrastructure to ensure that there is a demand for the truck. And so in a lot of cases, out of technology advancements, there is a necessity to create other businesses, and that's what we've done with the infrastructure business. Before I get to Hyla on the energy side, a little bit more about our 2 trucks. So both of these are zero emission trucks. The hydrogen fuel cell vehicle has a range of about 500 miles, while the battery electric is 330 miles. Some differences here is that on the battery electric, it's comprised of about 9 batteries, whereas the fuel cell has 2 batteries. The other difference is that the hydrogen fuel cell comes with 5 14 kg hydrogen storage tanks. 3 of those kind of go up onto the backpack of the truck, and then there's 1 on each side of the truck. With regards to the range, you can see that there's pretty great improvement as it relates to an ICE vehicle. What I find the most impressive and things that really gets me excited about coming to work every day is how much of the metric tons of CO2 we reduce by each truck that's on the road. So for every one of our fuel cell trucks, 97 metric tons of CO2 are reduced. So the more that we can improve the market and push this mobility market forward, the much better that air quality and just better aspect of life that I think our future generations are going to have. So we're pretty proud of that. Another final thing here is that what's unique at our Coolidge manufacturing facility is that we have actually both trucks are both manufactured on one platform, meaning we can diversify based off customers' needs the trucks that we manufacture, and we can do them and build a BEV and a fuel cell on the same line. We don't need to work different lines, so we're fairly efficient as to producing our vehicles. We just publicly announced our 300th VIN came off the line for the fuel cell just about a week ago. Now on to HYLA. We developed HYLA. The first part of HYLA is hydrogen. The last part is the last two letters of Nikola. We wanted to have a brand that we felt that the market could all feel comfortable filling up at, that you didn't have to have a Nikola vehicle to fill up at a HYLA station, that the HYLA station is available for all. Our HYLA role is really, we work across the entire value stream. So the entire ecosystem is important to us. Everything from hydrogen supply to distribution and finally into dispensing. Again, enabling a market that we can bring a demand, which is the fuel cell truck. On the hydrogen side, I think many of you have heard a lot of the partners that we work with on the market, Air Liquide, Air Products, Linde. These IGCs, industrial gas companies, have been producing hydrogen for well over 50 years in North America. We do work with them on offtake contracts, meaning those agreements where we obtain the hydrogen, where they produce the hydrogen. Many will talk about colors of hydrogen, whether it be gray, pink, or green. A lot of that is driven by the feedstock that it comes from, whether it be natural gas, nuclear, or more importantly, when it comes from renewables, stranded renewables, or even just wind, solar, things that are very much green. This is, where you kind of get a lot of the colors that the market talks about. Distribution, we work with companies such as Pilot, for example, who moves the molecule. So we got to get it from one location to our dispensing location. Pilot is a partner of ours that we proudly work with, and they are very much early adopters in this space. Finally, an area where we spend a lot of our time and an area that we find is our niche is on the infrastructure development side and really the dispensing side of the business. We do that in two ways, one through modular solutions and a second through more permanent stations. And I have a map here I can show the audience as to where we're operating in 2024 and kind of our thoughts about how we do this in the market. By the end of this year, we'll have expected to put out 10 operational HYLA solutions. Some of those are already operational. As you can see, we have our Coolidge location. We have Ontario, California, Long Beach, and Santa Fe Springs. We also have a location in Toronto, Canada. Some of our partner stations, we do work with First Element Fuel in Oakland, and then we work with Shell in the Ontario location. Ideally, our intention is that we put out modular solutions because we can get to market a lot quicker. The main thing here is safely and reliable to market. So we're going to look at doing everything that we operate safely, and then we're going to put 2 to 3 modular locations around an area and build the demand. For every modular solution, we can get to market within 4 to 6 months. That's everything from concept through permitting, commissioning, and into operations. It allows us to seed the market at a very low cost, at the same time building density, so that way we can build in more long-term permanent solutions. But as many of you recognize, permanent solutions take anywhere between 2 to 3 years. So we want to be aware that we've got to help the market grow and scale, at the same time looking at more longer-term solutions, which is the permanent options. What we don't share on this map is the 4 permanent solutions that we're currently working. We have one in Victorville, another one in Colton, and another in Otay Mesa. Those are HYLA permanent stations that we expect to be operational in 2026. Each one of those stations can have a capacity to do up to 200 fills per day. which is great.
3 minutes remaining.
Our modulars can do anywhere between 40 and 50 fills per day, depending on the type of fuelers and requirements that we have on site. The fourth station that we'll do in 2026 is with another partner, which is Pilot out of Rialto. Again, focusing on the ecosystem ourselves, some of the projects we're starting to look and focus more on is regarding to stranded renewables. Important that we start doing green activities. One is making sure that the market has hydrogen. Two is ensuring that they have a green product in the market. In some cases, how we do that is through electrolysis. In other cases, it depends on our technology team and what they decide to do. But again, we may go SMR and then green later. But ideally, and SMR means steam methane reforming, which is more of a traditional method. It's all about our customer and how we get to market fairly quickly. The last thing I'll share here is just a picture which I find representative of how our beginnings, how we started in the early days. And this is our first site in Guasti, which is right down the street from the airport. We built this with our partner Biagi Brothers, who moves product for Anheuser-Busch. They come out of their facility every day with the trucks that they've procured from us. They fill up at the station and off they run with their routes for the day. And we are grateful that they've been part of our process and part of our history of building out the Hyla brand and building out the infrastructure that we have done so far. I'm going to close it there and open it up for any questions.
Thank you. And listening to your presentation, you mentioned you had several temporary, or you're working with some of these temporary stations. How long are these temporary stations kept in one location?
Yeah, so we'll keep the locations there for up until the permanent location is either built and or until we have, predominantly until the permanent station is built. So it could be up to 2 to 3 years at any given time. A lot of cases it's based off of the contract that we made with the landowner, and sometimes in cases with the local jurisdictions. If they're really happy with the way we're progressing, then we'll try to keep our location open as long as we can. The customer demand is there, then we obviously want to make sure that they can fill. To subset of that question would also be, why do we have 2 or 3? Is we want a reliable network. We know that as new technology comes out, that reliability is a challenge. We're not going to say that it's not. So we want to ensure that if a location goes down or we have to make a repair on a pump or a cold end, that we can send our customers just a few miles down the road to a secondary location to fill. Most importantly for the trucking business is that they can get on with their day and they feel like they have a great customer experience by just knowing my job is to fill and to move on.
Thank you. And last that I have is, are you aware of any existing incentives, government incentives, that are unique to the hydrogen technology?
So we work with the Caltrans with regards to our permanent stations. So we've been fortunate enough to be awarded funding for phase 1 and beyond into phase 3, I think it is, of the TCEP funding for our permanent stations. We've been very grateful for that. With regards to the modular side, there's actually really not a lot of funding when it comes to these modular solutions. That'd be something we'd be very interested in because, again, deploying this, being the first out there to deploy a modular solution in North America is key for our success. It's key to kind of keep building the market and it's, scaling the market for others to fuel. So I think there's some incentives there that could be very beneficial for us if they're out there.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I want to thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
The company name Nikola, where did that inspire from?
I think back in 2015, Nikola Tesla was obviously a pioneer in a lot of this space. Elon Musk had already taken Tesla, so I think Nikola just made sense.
Oh, nice. That's maybe a good sign of good luck.
We'll see.
Yes, sir. And sir, as you're building out your own United States hubs, and are you looking around the world too for international standards being developed for hydrogen quality and safety? For example, in Germany, we had Toyota representatives speak about what's happening in Japan. Are we taking some of those ideas and standards and bringing them here at least the practical ones in the United States, especially California?
Yeah, I would say actually, if you really think about the companies that are in the hydrogen space, these are Japanese companies, these are Korean companies, these are German companies. So a lot of the pioneers of this space actually are international companies. I would say in some cases, the standards don't necessarily always translate over, but what we look at is, do we comply with J2601-5, for exampa, or NFPA2 type of regulations and compliance activities? Yes, we do. So we'll always try to make sure we can standardize. I think that's something the industry has somewhere to go. If you look at just nozzle sizing with regards to heavy duty, light duty, we could talk about that for quite some time with our technical people. But again, I think we're all in a very small space. It seems like it's very large, but it's very small space. So.
Understood, and that's a good response. And you really mentioned, my last question, about these plug-in stations, that it could be a non-Nikola car. So is it a universal plug-in switch that another hydrogen car or truck company can plug in?
Yeah, so by the way, we focus on heavy duty. So for us, we focus predominantly on the Class 8 hydrogen larger trucks at this stage. So as we're focusing on the large trucks, we go back to an old model where we have ambassadors, meaning the truck drivers come up, we have people on staff, they will fill the truck for them. There's going to be a period of time where, as they get educated on how to fill, because this is different than filling a diesel truck, as they get educated on how to fill, it will become more traditional, where they will pull up to a permanent station, fill the trucks themselves. But for the time being, we are filling the trucks on their behalf.
Got it. Good luck to you and your entire company on this venture, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you for your presentation and your time.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
We're going to take a break right now for staff. So it's a 10 minutes. That's 2:35. We'll come back at 2:45. Thank you. Industry for California, incentives for promoting interest and growth. Our first speaker for this item is Teresa Cook, Executive Director, California Hydrogen Coalition, and partner and California Lobby. Here she comes. Yes, we got her on.
She's running down the side.
Yes,
Here we
she's
go.
going to come right down. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Cook. You will have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Yeah, no, I'll wait for you. Thank you.
I apologize for that. Okay, let me just get myself together. Great. Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Cook. I am the Executive Director and Contract Lobbyist for the California Hydrogen Coalition. We were founded in 2019, and our membership consists of the really big players in the hydrogen space related to production, distribution, refueling, as well as end uses like zero-emission fuel cell electric trucks and cars and buses and others. A great discussion today. We're very excited to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us and for having this hearing. Before I jump in on my prepared comments, I want to respond to some of the questions that you members have raised. Really terrific questions, actually. I'm very excited about them. First, Mr. Emron, you made a point about drilling hydrogen, and I just wanted to clarify that there is some evidence in other parts of the world that pockets of naturally forming hydrogen do exist under the earth, but for today and for the foreseeable future, we're going to be making hydrogen, not drilling hydrogen.
Has California done a survey to see if there's some geological hydrogen?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would that be paid for by a private company, or would the government be paying for that?
Well, I will tell you, recognizing the writing on the wall of all of our statutory requirements, there is definitely an incentive to do it big here, and I could foresee a scenario where the private sector wants to do land surveying to see if there is anything naturally occurring. I haven't heard of any plans to do so. I can ask and follow back up with your office, but for now, one of the challenges and benefits of hydrogen is it is a thing that we have to make. We don't just find it somewhere else. But I think it's the nexus to the oil and gas industry and the refining process that it kind of goes, it gets slipped in as something that, we drill for in the earth. Senator Gaines, you talked about the high cost of the trucks, and I just wanted to point out that an equally big consideration for fleet operators is the cost of maintenance. If we can't produce this fuel at a cost that is competitive with diesel, we're dead on arrival. And so that is equally as important, if not a little bit more, than bringing down the cost of the trucks, which we can do as we get to scale. Mr. Emron, you made a point about the refueling speed of these stations that we're seeing. And so Jackie Birdsall from Toyota kind of confirmed that it took anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes for a heavy-duty truck to refuel at a fueling station. Assuming that you have enough fuel on site, that's about 70 trucks per day just using one pump.
I come from a family of truck drivers, and my family members are so proud. They have a Peterbilt truck. They say it goes 1,000,000 miles, 1,000,000 plus one. These hydrogen cell trucks, what's the life range on them? Can they go that distance? Can they go that long?
The range of them or the vehicle longevity?
Vehicle longevity.
Absolutely. So one of the coolest experiments that we have unintentionally discovered is the long life of the fuel cell buses that have been operational in California for about 20 years now. So a lot of people don't know that in the Coachella Valley, Sunline Transit is one of the earliest adopters of fuel cell buses, as is AC Transit. Their expectation was that these vehicles would be on the road for, 5 years and that they would need a major overhaul or expensive retrofitting or something like that. That is not the case, and they are still absolutely workhorses. So very proud of the longevity story of these vehicles. On the topic of water usage when it comes to hydrogen production, it's important to point out that that is less than the amount of water used in the refining process. And if it's not obvious, hydrogen means to supplant refining of oil and gas one of these days. So we would have a lower water footprint than they do. Also, we would use non-potable water. One of the coolest projects that has been announced is in the Central Valley. A company called Plug Power has taken over a solar farm, and as a part of like a good community benefits partner, is rebuilding the wastewater treatment plant in Mendota, so that, you know, we have reusable water for the community, but also we can use some of the water to produce electrolytic renewable hydrogen. So lots of opportunities to do things like that as well.
Is that water taken from the San Joaquin River?
I don't know. I think it's wastewater.
Okay, thank you.
And then let me, another thing you pointed out, the standardization of equipment. One of the things that the hydrogen community did really well is it got together before it started producing anything or building anything to make sure that all of our equipment talked to each other, and that we didn't have a situation where this fleet of vehicles responds to this kind of fueling infrastructure and this type of vehicle responds to this one. It is all standardized from the beginning. The only difference is that heavy duty has a different size nozzle. Light duty, which includes medium duty trucks and the Mirai, have a smaller size nozzle. So that's the only difference. And we would never refuel at home. The benefit of hydrogen is that it is almost a one-to-one replacement for the oil and gas experience. So our hydrogen fueling stations are co-located at existing gas stations. That centralized fueling model is really what's going to allow individuals who live in the state, who maybe live in an apartment or don't have, access to reliable, predictable charging, to take advantage of a zero-emission technology because they can just go refuel for 5 minutes at the gas station, but instead of the gas pump, they're going to the hydrogen pump. Okay, so jumping into my prepared comments very quickly, 40% of energy in California comes from natural gas. 90% of transportation comes from gas as well. I think it is very obvious that we cannot electrify our way to a clean energy and transportation future. We're going to have to come up with our permanent alternative solution to the gas sector, and that is what hydrogen is. We're sort of the end of the road in that space for them. But based on some of the political receptivity, not all folks agree with that. We don't exactly have a red carpet rolled out for us very often, and I will be very honest with you about that today, and hopefully that's okay. Sometimes we come by it honestly, right? So the first thing that I would like BOE to be aware of is the taxation structure around hydrogen as a fuel. In the past, hydrogen has been used for many industrial processes, and it was applied a sales and use tax. However, we are now beginning to make hydrogen for the transportation sector. We are still charging drivers a sales and use tax. Meanwhile, SB 1, adopted by the legislature a couple of years ago, put an additional fee on zero-emission vehicles, including fuel cells, to pay for their fair share of transportation infrastructure projects. So what I'm saying is that hydrogen vehicles, drivers are taxed twice, whereas battery electric vehicles are only taxed once. They pay that registration fee, but they don't pay any additional taxes or fees at the point of recharging their vehicle. So as California looks to restructure in a sustainable way how we pay for transportation infrastructure, our community would ask BOE and other taxation entities to please push for an equalization of the way that we are treating, by way of taxes, both battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles. We think it should be a level playing field between the two. But, we didn't know 20 years ago that we were going to be talking about hydrogen as a transportation fuel. So again, we came by it honestly, but it does need to be corrected, and we hope to work with you on that.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, local government permitting. Sometimes people just don't know. Other times it's a little bit more nefarious. And so you've heard loud and clear that that is a place that we need to do some work bringing more support for these technologies. Other times it's more adversarial, California has 150 years of experience making, handling, transporting, and using hydrogen. So it's important that we all recognize that this isn't a brand new thing that we don't know what to do with. We have safety standards in place. Everything has been pretty thoroughly thought out. Mr. Emran, you also asked about encouraging investment in the state. This is something that BOE may also be able to help us do. Currently, CDTFA has ownership of the partial sales and use tax exemption for advanced manufacturing equipment. We have been repeatedly told that hydrogen fueling infrastructure doesn't qualify, despite the fact that the intent of that program really was intended to support emerging technologies like this. And so even though the appellate division over at CDTFA agrees with industry that we should qualify, the staff and executive level, for whatever reason, continue disagreeing with that. So that is a major barrier to us trying to bring down the cost in something that already exists. We don't have to have a new program or a new bill. And very quickly, on the topic of renewable versus traditional hydrogen with natural gas, our industry is committed to using natural gas or renewable hydrogen. We have thrice introduced legislation to set a standard, so please don't let anybody tell you that we are afraid of renewable. We're absolutely not. But I think it's important to note that Environmental Quality Committee killed a bill earlier this year that would have allowed local governments to use some of their organic waste diversion requirements to make hydrogen. So we're eliminating opportunities to produce renewable hydrogen and meet other mandates for nonsense reasons, to be frank. And then the other point that I would make is we cannot at the same time demand exclusively renewable hydrogen and then go out of our way to limit the end uses. So any sort of discussion around like, well, it only makes sense to use hydrogen in this narrow application and this narrow application, that idea doesn't jive well with the very ambitious and serious requirements that California has statutorily passed about our carbon neutrality goals and zero emission vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. We need to use everything in the toolbox. We need to encourage its growth as much as possible so we're successful at the end of the day. And CHC wants to be a partner to you in every single way that we can do that. And we thank you for your time today.
No, thank you for your comments. And I think you've raised some real good issues and questions. And I'm just thinking, based on your experience, especially using your other hat as a lobbyist too, what do you think are some of the impediments? And I think you kind of touched on them already with some of the legislators moving forward, because it sounds like we have a real good partnership developing, at least with two of our senators. And I know others on the Assembly side are interested and willing to work with us as well.
There are a lot of ways to answer that question, but I think the biggest barrier is the connection that hydrogen has to the oil and gas industry. Because hydrogen is used in the refining process, makes hydrogen suspect because of the companies we work with. There are a lot in the capital community that would just prefer to see the oil and gas industry go away completely and let's electrify everything exclusively. And because we are affiliated with like that central refueling model, and refineries can move from producing fuel, they can start producing hydrogen. These are companies that, the more progressive environmental leaning organizations don't want to see operating in California anymore. So for those reasons, we run into a lot of really wonderful progressive Democrats who are very afraid to be supportive of hydrogen for fear of the retribution from their environmental colleagues that hydrogen is a lifeline for the oil and gas industry, and they shouldn't be given one. Notwithstanding the jobs impact that the Port of Long Beach talked about, these are immediately transferable jobs. If you know how to make a pipeline for natural gas, you know how to make a pipeline for hydrogen.
Interesting question. Yeah, I was wondering about that because you're right. At the end of the day, a lot of these, especially these stations, are all set up in gas stations, basically.
Correct. Yep.
Because we had one in Santa Monica, and I was surprised that it's real adaptive.
Jackie mentioned the huge discrepancy we see in the level of support given for battery electric vehicle infrastructure and hydrogen infrastructure. She said 10 cents. My numbers are closer to 5 cents or 5% of funding. It's interesting, a lot of people don't know this. 1,000 strategically located hydrogen fueling stations would be able to provide fueling access to 94% of the geographic state and 98% 90% of disadvantaged communities. Because we can refuel so many cars so quickly, we have a wonderful access opportunity that isn't always appreciated like it could be.
No, that repurpose of gas stations makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And these are, a lot of times family-owned businesses.
Right.
And we want to be able to give everybody in this energy sector, whether it's an oil company or it's a gas utility or if it's a mom and pop gas station, an opportunity to transition and be a part of our clean energy future instead of pushing them out of it.
Appreciate it. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I want to thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Helped clear up a lot of my questions. As I think about this process, and I believe in order for us to move forward, everyone has to jump into the ring, right? And we were hearing earlier, Toyota, some startup trucking companies, but how do we get American car manufacturers like GM in the mix, Chevy in the mix, and even European car manufacturers also, all to buy in on this idea, push research and development, the manufacturing of vehicles, if you have any recommendations?
I sure do. Thank you for opening that door. I'm going to run right through it. So I talk regularly to the team at Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. So they're the maker of, I think, Dodge Ram. They all have plans for fuel cell electric medium-duty trucks. Their market is the construction worker, the fleet truck. They are unwilling and unable to bring their zero-emission trucks to market until California has more than 50 fueling stations. We were supposed to have 200 fueling stations by 2025. We were supposed to have 50 fueling stations by 2021. We are woefully behind and, quite frankly, have a lot of challenges with your colleagues at the Energy Commission about a more fair distribution of infrastructure dollars so that hydrogen also has an opportunity to grow. And to add on to that, I will say, my members would be horrified with me if I ever said one technology was better than the other. They're absolutely not. Jackie used the term synergistic. Agree with that here. One of the best parts of hydrogen, and it was acknowledged in the creation of the Hydrogen Hub, is there is a pathway to profitability in the hydrogen space. The transportation and energy sector can make money by moving into hydrogen. We just need to help them in the early years. And so the Air Resources Board did an analysis in 2022 about what it was going to take for hydrogen infrastructure to be self-sufficient. We don't want to subsidize you anymore. What's it going to take for you guys to stand on your own? And the dollar figure they came to was $300 million. Compare that to the unknown cost of what it's going to be for California to accept the sole responsibility of building out enough charging stations to electrify every single vehicle in California and doing it themselves. Because unfortunately, there isn't the same profitability proposition that exists with charging infrastructure quite like it does with hydrogen. And so my point here being that we need fueling infrastructure to bring these vehicles to market so that drivers know that they can get hydrogen fuel within 15 minutes, 5 minutes, and be on their way. We can do that because we have a heck of a lot of private interest in doing so, but I think California could be a better partner to us if it wanted to be.
Well, point well taken. We had a presentation earlier by the Arches. There's seven hydrogen hubs across the country. Do you see any other parts of the country, any other regions doing it better than California, or something California can take some lessons learned from? I know West Virginia and the Appalachians and a few Pacific Northwest, they're well underway as well.
I think every hydrogen hub is a little afraid of what's going to happen in the next couple months. We don't know what the decision will be with the 45V tax credit that Senator Allen talked about, but the requirements that the environmental community wanted included within that clean hydrogen production tax credit were an absolute non-starter for the industry, and the program would have fallen apart. Thankfully, that's why California's CEC, CARB, and other agencies said that we didn't need the 3 pillars in California. We already have other programs that take care of that. So I think everybody's afraid. It depends on how some of these tax credits are interpreted. And I look at states like Texas as being very bullish in wanting to take advantage of their existing natural resource or their natural gas infrastructure and production, et cetera. Hydrogen seems like an easier transition for them. Here in California, too often we're getting the signal of we're not even sure we want you guys at the table. So, you know, how we are met and how we are embraced is a big element in how much we can do here in the state versus others.
Understood. I hope this is the start to something.
I think so.
Something fruitful and beneficial. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just still trying to figure out this transition for truckers from diesel. And I just read recently that a lot of these truckers are going to have to convert to electric. And they're having problems trying to figure out how they make that transition. But it sounds like hydrogen has opportunities because based on what Nikolai was saying, you've got a longer range through a hydrogen source of power versus electric. So number one, I don't know how the truckers are going to meet it. And then secondly, what are the options? And electric may be viable for shorter haul, but I'm concerned about this long haul trucker transition.
Yeah, you should be. We put into place some really ambitious requirements and didn't necessarily think through the roadmap of how we were going to successfully get there with the least amount of pain possible. One of the other things that I would introduce related to heavy-duty hydrogen trucks is the ability to have that 80,000 load in the back without it disrupting or lessening the range of the vehicle or the vehicle's ability to like get up and over
passes.
Yes, right.
Donner Pass.
Yeah.
Grapevine.
Yes,
yeah.
grapevine, right, exactly, thank you. It doesn't do you any good if you can't get the goods to a warehouse or anywhere else. And that is one of the beautiful parts of a fuel cell vehicle is we do not have a big battery on board that sucks up all of the weight capacity.
Great, thank you.
And the power of the vehicle is not limited to what that battery has available to it in the moment. It is the fuel that we have on board that powers that battery. The battery isn't our power, it's the
Yes.
hydrogen fuel cell stack.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to working with you in the future here.
As well.
Who do we have next, Mrs. Skinner?
We have one more speaker, Olman Valverde. He's the Secretary, Hispanics in Energy.
Welcome.
Yes, just to clarify, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
I think you're muted, though. Check your mute button.
Let's see, how's that?
That sounds better. Now I can hear. I can see you and hear you now.
All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Olman Valverde, and today I'm here on behalf of Hispanics in Energy. We're a nonprofit organization, and our goal is to enhance Hispanic participation in the United States energy industry. You know, Hispanics are America's largest minority group and represent 40% of Californians. I want to thank Mr. Vasquez for providing us the opportunity to participate in today's meeting. I also want to thank the chair and the board members for your time. There are 3 things I want to share generally. First, I'll provide you with a brief introduction to what our group, to our organization. Second, I'll share why we, the organization, believe it's important to engage with ARCHES and hydrogen. And third, I'm going to provide some thoughts about areas that need to be improved. So I'll just start saying, you know, energy, that the amount of energy we consume in the United States is incredibly enormous, and it keeps on growing. So California needs to be doing everything we can to increase our capacity to produce more energy. We also need to expand our technologies for creating energy, and we need to expand the people that we bring in to make that happen. Just some quick numbers. In 2022, U.S. consumers spent $1.7 trillion on energy. In California, in that time, the total expenditure was $200 billion. So the market is huge and the demand continues to increase. And it's really been this way, for a long time. So due to this incredible economic opportunity, Hispanics in Energy, or HIE, was established in 2012, and it was inspired by utility commissioners. In the beginning, the group was focused on creating engagement with utilities, but over the years, the group has grown, and now the scope encompasses all aspects of energy, including solar, clean energy, nuclear, oil and gas, and now hydrogen. So while the scope of the organization has grown, the mandate remains the same: to increase Hispanic participation in jobs and businesses in the energy industry. So in 2024, throughout this year, we focused on the 7 hydrogen hubs that the Department of Energy established. And we organized 5 forums throughout the country to get the word out about the hubs and to tell our businesses and community leaders about the great economic potential that the hubs are going to create. So we started with doing a forum in Sacramento for the Arches Hub. We then went to Houston and did a forum for their hub called High Velocity. We went out to Chicago and did one for that forum called Mach 2. And then we've also done forums in Philadelphia and most recently in Seattle for the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Hub. So we started in June and spent the summer getting the word out. So the question is, why are we doing this? Why are you putting so much energy into hydrogen? So our organization has made a commitment, especially here with Arches, because of the economic impact that it can unleash. According to the Arches proposal, the impacts can be significant and long-lasting. So it's 222,000 new jobs being created. There will be an investment of $229 million in workforce development. There's a commitment to provide $150 million in direct community benefits. And overall, there'll be $12 billion spent, invested, encompassing private, public, and state investments. So for us, for Hispanics in Energy, our mission is to bring awareness and transparency to the process so that our members, partners, community stakeholders can be in the best position to participate and compete for these economic benefits. We support policies that will help foster the hydrogen industry in California. I'll mention 3 things. The state budget process. So my understanding is that the governor's office has made commitments to provide funding to develop hydrogen in California. Now we know that the state budget is tight, but it will be very important to show the commitment with financial support for Arches in the state budget. This is actually more important now due to the uncertainty as to federal energy policy and funding priorities in the new administration in Washington, D.C. We ought to think of a tax holiday. The amount of capital that will be expended to build hydrogen infrastructure is going to be enormous, right? At least $12 billion as set forth in the Arches proposal, and possibly more. Those funds will generate jobs and local contracting opportunities that will spread to many of our residents. So we therefore believe it's important to consider a tax holiday for hydrogen businesses to help them get off the ground to be able to succeed. But we also understand that there's conflicts. And for instance, there's conflicts with utilities that need to be worked out. For example, there was an effort to provide a low-cost tariff for electrolyzers so that these facilities can access cheap electricity during times when there is a lot of low-carbon electricity available, but that's being opposed. At the same time, there is opposition to removing regulations that would allow electrolyzers to contract directly with generators of wind and solar power directly without incurring oversight by the PUC. So, these type of conflicts and competing interests are there and they need to be resolved. I want to switch gears a little bit and just talk about, areas where we believe protections are needed. So we believe that the industry has to be fostered, but we're not saying that all guardrails should be removed. And there was one thing in particular that stands out to me. As I look at the various bills dealing with hydrogen, I don't see that any come with teeth to protect the promises that are being made. And absent is a commitment to equal opportunity for jobs, for businesses, and for services. So, there are promises of great jobs, promises of opportunities for small business, promises of community benefits. What seems to be missing is an enforcement mechanism to hold projects accountable for delivering on those promises. In the lead up to the hubs, there was a sense that Justice 40 would be the mechanism to deliver to communities, and that the Federal Department of Energy would enforce it. Justice 40 is an initiative by President Biden, but that provision is at risk, according to messaging that we're receiving from the administration in D.C.
3 minutes
So
remaining.
it could be gone soon. Thank you. It could be gone soon, and that's just a new reality. So, in the anticipated absence of the federal government being an enforcer, the responsibility falls even heavier on us in California to make sure that the promises are being delivered to California residents. So I say put teeth into all the incentives that provide equal opportunities for all Californians and promote equal participation by all. This includes data collection to determine diverse community participation. For communities not fully participating, mandate outreach and development to make the system treat all groups equally. No one should fall behind. So if we provide a tax holiday or provide state funding to projects, or if we allow projects to receive fast-track permitting, all these incentives need to come with obligations to deliver on the promise of community benefits and providing equal opportunities for job seekers and small businesses. Now, I know that Arches has a plan for tracking compliance, but in the absence of federal willingness to enforce Justice 40, then there's a need for oversight from the state. At a minimum, metrics should be developed to measure success that reflects where we are in California today. We, HIE, are prepared to offer our expertise to help develop an equal opportunity program for all that Arches has to offer in the manner that's consistent with state and federal laws and practices, and help realize equal opportunity for all Californians. As I said before, no one group should be left behind. So just to say and close, there are organizations like Hispanics in Energy that are ready to help. I know that the small business chambers are ready to help, and California's Hispanic serving institutions are ready to help. And we're ready to partner with you to make this happen. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. I mean, that's how I first found out about these hydrogen, the whole industry, is when you reached out and I actually sat on a panel with you. Appreciate it. Moving forward, though, as I'm listening to your presentation, you obviously touched on one in terms of what are some of the conditions as we start preparing possible incentives or tax credits, that we make sure that the whatever legislation we do create has some teeth in terms of monitoring and guaranteeing that these commitments, especially on the community benefits, actually get, they follow through on those. I was wondering, is there any examples out there as you've been traveling across the country? You mentioned Philadelphia, Seattle, Chicago, and some of these other areas where there's hubs up and running. Is anybody more advanced or ahead of us at this point?
Yeah, so up to now, the enforcement is contractual, right? So the projects that they're going to be approved by Arches have a contractual obligation, in their funding mechanisms, and that was going to be through the Department of Energy. But so that is probably going to go away. That initiative was a presidential executive order, which most likely is going to be gone, in the first day, if not the first week of the new administration. So at this point, no, there isn't really a specific example. I mean, I think California, we're going to have to be on the lead on this, just as we often are. The PUC has a program, right? The Supplier Diversity Program, but that I don't think that is maybe a good example. I actually think their program's a little weak in their goals and not delivering as it should.
Appreciate it. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Thank you, Mr. Valverde, for your continued advocacy and of what is a very important topic. I wanted to talk about the potential impact on farmers. One of the byproducts of hydrogen can be used to make ammonia, a key component in the production of nitrogen fertilizers. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has disrupted the fertilizer market much across the globe to the detriment of farmers here in California and across the nation. Can you speak to the importance of hydrogen to the farming industry in particular, and what kind of benefits may farmers see as a result of the emergence of hydrogen?
I can't speak particular to the benefits to farmers, but I will say that the Central Valley is going to be heavily impacted by this. If you look at the tier one projects that Arches has proposed, most of the production, the hydrogen production, is going to be in the Central Valley. So and these plants will probably be placed in rural communities. So there's going to be a lot of impact to those communities. So it really begs the question that we need to get in front of the outreach to these communities so that they know that this is happening, so that in terms of community benefits, so that they can really start voicing what they're looking for and what their concerns are. And get those local leaders, get those local elected leaders involved, really early on in the process. One of the frustrations I have right now is the tier one projects that Arches has improved. They're not publicly available, so it's really hard to get ahead of it to know, what areas and what potential locations are going to be impacted. All we know, Central Valley for sure. And then, up and down, like the I-5 corridor.
Absolutely, absolutely. We had an Arches representative earlier. We were talking about disseminating that information in a timely manner. And then to your point about the Central Valley, they've long shouldered the burden of energy independence of California, especially places like Kern County, Bakersfield. And I hope that they, as we make this transition, that they're first in line when it comes to high-paying jobs, when it comes to hydrogen storage. Because they rightfully deserve it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and so that's the promise. So yeah, I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that those promises are delivered. You mentioned, I just want to make a point about, I've heard about trucking and trucking costs, retrofitting. Retrofitting is an option that's out there, for existing diesel trucks. They can be retrofitted to have hydrogen fuel cells, as their power source. So that, that may be a transition technology that, especially if people have privately owned trucks, it'd be a lot more cheaper for them instead of buying a new hydrogen vehicle to retrofit their existing diesel, and that actually gets a diesel truck off the road rather than that truck being sold down the market.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vasquez, I yield it back to you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think we're good. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
We are at the end of our speakers right now, so you're up to item 27, which is the board discussion and closing remarks for each member for the informational hearing. You know what, before we do that, let's go to public comment since we're at the end for the informational hearing. Would you
Sure.
mind if I called that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see here. We're doing a public comment for informational hearing on understanding and exploring options for incentivizing California's hydrogen hub project. We don't have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who wishes to make a public comment on this item. Therefore, AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If anyone on the phones would like to make a comment on this item, please press 1 followed by 0 at this time, and the operator will answer your line and further instruct you from there. Once again, on the phones, if you do have a question a public comment at this time, press 1 followed by 0. One moment, please. And once again on the phones, if you do have a public comment at this time, it is 1 then 0.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we have no lines in queue.
Thank you. Then we're at the point of having board discussion and closing remarks.
Thank you. Let me just start, and then I'll turn to my my colleagues here. First of all, I think we've had a very thorough meeting today, including testimony, especially from the Arches folks, our legislators, some assessors, in the industry representatives. We have received a lot of input and exciting some of these programs that are out there, especially on the community side and those that are actually in the field, both on the hydrogen side and on the solar side as well. With that, I'd like to open this up to our board members to see if there's any comments, suggestions, input as we move forward. And just to let you know that my staff will take responsibility in terms of putting together the minutes and some recommendations, something that we could hopefully use as a template, and then depending on what other feedback we get from the other offices, we'll try to incorporate them so we could have hopefully a working document, because at some point I think it'd be appropriate to share it with some of the legislators that we've had here today, that it looks like they're interested in working with us on some possible legislation to expedite and move this thing forward. But with that, let me start with our Deputy Controller.
I want to first recognize and thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I want to thank your staff as well. It was a heavy lift, but that was an all-star lineup, and I got to learn so much about the hydrogen process. And echoing Senator Allen's comments from this morning, we had the Insurance Commission hearing last month, and we have this hydrogen information hearing this month. It just shows the Board of Equalization's broad reach. It's such important topics, such emerging topics in California. And I'm really, really happy that we're stepping up to the plate, and I believe we have incredible momentum to end this year and going into 2025. I'm really looking forward to it. So once again, thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Really appreciate it. And happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Vasquez, and your staff as well, and all of our professional staff who hung in here with us today for going through this hearing. And I think it gave us a number of very valuable perspectives. And we are entering a brand new 2-year session, so I anticipate that there will be bills coming forward. And looking forward to having been informed by this hearing is some handhold points on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you so much. I learned a lot today, a lot of questions that were answered, and look forward to what might be presented to us in terms of collaborative efforts working with the legislature. And so thank you. I appreciate this. It was well done, well organized. Member Vasquez, and just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. We've got a lot to be grateful for, and can't wait to break into that turkey. So thank you.
No, thank you all, and thank you to my staff and then our BOE staff in terms of just the support we received. Really appreciate it. And just want to, again, for those that hopefully that are listening or maybe looking to read our minutes later, just thanking all the presenters, especially the legislators, to have 2 of our senators who are in the mix, especially the one, Mr. Archuleta, who's actually chairing the committee that this really falls under. Looking forward to working with him as we move forward. And like I said, we'll be putting together the minutes and some recommendations, and then we'll share it with the board and see if there's any comments, suggestions, or anything that maybe we left out as we're putting this together, the draft. Really appreciate it and looking forward to this next session. And like the Madam Chair mentions, this is an opportunity. This next year starts a 2-year process, so it may take a 2 year, depending on how intense and how elaborate we get with some of this legislation. With that, let me turn it back over to Ms. Cicchetti. I guess we're looking at now closing remarks. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, our last item for today is our adjournment, and I want to thank the member staff who have hung in here, agency staff who have hung in here with us, some folks from the lobbying corps who have hung in here with us, and members of the public, and definitely all of our presenters. We will now adjourn the board meeting. Our next board meeting is Tuesday and Wednesday, December 17 and 18, 2024, at 10 a.m. here at the Mealy Office Complex in Sacramento. Thank you.
And that does conclude our